Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to David Story Field, where this afternoon we've got bright sunshine and we've got two excellent NWAC ball clubs ready to do battle with a doubleheader here this afternoon. I'm Kirk Rowland. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play in Game 1, the 9-inning affair. Jim DeBruler will be along to give you Game 2, the 7-inning affair. And this is a huge series in the NWAC West region. As you check the standings and look, you've got LCC at 3-2, Pierce at 4-1 with a victory over LCC earlier here this season. So the Red Devils really need to take 3 out of 4 to get the tiebreaker with Pierce coming in tonight. Now the Red Devils take the field, and they'll be sending left-hander Tyler Parsons to the mound here this afternoon in Game 1. And here's the Lower Columbia lineup. Toby Johnson will lead off at second. Garrett Myers in right field batting second. Batting third, the DH, Lauren Archibald. Batting fourth is catch Cam Campbell. Batting fifth at first, Hayden Gerlach. Batting sixth in left field is Riley Higgins. Batting seventh at third base, Taylor Davis. Batting eighth in center field, Ryan Enquist. And batting ninth to shortstop, Corey Conklin. As I mentioned, the freshman left-hander, Tyler Parsons from Kelso, gets the start. Here's the lineup for the Pierce Raiders. Leading off at second base, Andrew Barrera. Batting second in left field, Dylan Moran. Batting third, the shortstop, Gunnar Schubert. Batting fourth, the catcher, Matt Thompson. Batting fifth is the first baseman, Raven Kahana. Batting sixth in right field, Hudson Biorik. Batting seventh, the DH, Mac McCarty. Batting eighth at third base is Jacob Wynn, and batting ninth in center field, Carter Johnson. The officials working the ball game today, brought to you by Cascade Eye Care. Umps count on good eyesight to make the right calls. You make the right call and have your eyes professionally examined at least once a year at Cascade Eye Care. Scott Golke calling balls and strikes. Michael Goebel on the base paths, and we are ready to go straight up 1 o'clock in a beautiful day here. Glad to have you on KLOG.com and on YouTube Devil Vision here this afternoon. Following the completion of the Mariners game with the Yankees, we'll also be joining up on AM 1490 KLOG. So here we go. Big series here. 4-game series, 2 here today, 2 tomorrow at Mount Tahoma High School. And Tyler Parsons is ready to go up on the bump. And our first pitch at 1 o'clock is poured right in there for a strike to Andrew Barrera, the leadoff hitter. Here's Parsons now ready for his second pitch. Ahead in the count, 0-1. Left-hander rocks and fires, and that's a fly ball hit to center field and deep. Going back is Enquist, and he makes the catch. Out towards the warning track, just a little bit to his left and to the right of the number 42 that is out on the batting barn here at Lower Columbia the day after Jackie Robinson Day, and Lower Columbia celebrating that today. Every member of the Red Devils wearing number 42 on the back of their jersey, going old school with the LCJC logo emblazoned on the front, and everybody wearing number 42 today. And that was a great play there by Ryan Enquist. Here's the pitch. Showing bunt is Dylan Moran, and he takes it for a ball. Center field is a place where you can run and make a play out there, and that was a dandy by Ryan Enquist of the Red Devils. Parsons next offer right in there for a strike to even up the count at 1-1. Parsons this season has been a pleasant surprise for the Devils. Here's the pitch on the way. There's another fly ball to center field. This one routine. Enquist is back to make the catch for out number 2. Parsons this year with an ERA of 1.84. He has been very good for LCC, 1-1. He has pitched a total of 29 and a third innings coming in, is giving up 27 base hits. And of course, he really made his name out there with his 8+ innings of relief in the start, I should say, of the Red Devil 19-inning affair in the loss to Edmonds earlier. First pitch poured in for a strike to the batter, Gunnar Schubert, the shortstop of the Raiders. Here's the next pitch on the way, and that is hit to right field. Tracking back is Garrett Myers. He's got the catch. 3 fly ball outs for Tyler Parsons as the Raiders go down 1-2-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. The Red Devils are coming up. No score after a half inning.
Johnson in center, and Hudson firing in right. Behind the plate pitching, Matt Thompson, and on the mound pitching, Keenan Long.
Back here at David Story Field, where the Red Devils send them down 1-2-3 in the top of the first, and now Lower Columbia will get their first shot at it here as they'll send up Toby Johnson, the Red Devils' second baseman. Johnson's had a good year so far for Lower Columbia, hitting .368. Been very productive at that leadoff spot, has 14 RBIs, number 2 on the team from the leadoff spot. Left-handed hitter, young man from WF West in Chehalis. And Keenan Lum getting the start. A battle of lefties here today. And here's the first pitch, check swing foul for strike 1. Keenan Lum this year a 2-1 record with a 1.92 ERA. He's pitched 32 2/3 innings, has given up 17 hits, so his hits allowed to innings pitch ratio is very good. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that is right in there for a strike. As Scott Golke is calling the balls and strikes here in Game 1 in this glorious afternoon here in Longview at Lower Columbia College and David Story Field. The slender left-hander Lum is ready, and here's the lefty's pitch on the way, and that's high. 2 balls and a strike to Red Devil leadoff hitter Toby Johnson. Lum, a Hawaii kid, Kamehameha High School there in Hawaii. Here's the pitch on the way, bounced in. 2-2 the count to Toby Johnson. Garrett Myers on deck for the Red Devils. Just underway. No score here in the bottom of the first. Here's the 2-2 pitch by Lum on the way, and that's a fly ball hit out towards right center field, hit pretty deep. Tracking back is the center fielder who nonchalantly makes the catch, Carter Johnson. Looked like there may at the last minute be some miscommunication, but Johnson didn't seem worried about it. Boy, at the last minute he came in there and made the catch for out number 1.
Next batter for the Red Devils, right fielder, Garrett Myers.
Here's Garrett Myers of the Red Devils, and boy, Garrett's had himself a heck of a year for Lower Columbia this year. .347 batting average, 11 RBIs. Here's the pitch. Little low for ball 1. Absolutely perfect day for baseball. We've got bright sunshine here, some wispy clouds up there, and temperatures in the 70s right now. And here's another ball pitched in there, and now a fly ball popped out towards the back cut at second base, and making the catch is Andrew Barrera for out number 2. Eventually, a player on one of these sides is going to hit the ball down on the ground or on a line drive and probably have some better success.
Designated hitter,
Nothing but flyouts and pop-ups so far in this one. Here's Lauren Archibald. This is a guy that can rake and hit you a line drive. Such an accomplished hitter for Lower Columbia. Archibald, 367 batting average. Red Devils can hit. As a team, they are just a shade under 300 right now, 299 on the season. Takes the first pitch for a ball. Lum back up and ready. Here's the left-hander's pitch on the way, and that is just a little low for ball two. Count now tilting towards Lauren Archibald. Normally you'd see that familiar number 16 out there, but the Red Devils and their tribute to Jackie Robinson today, all wearing 42. Ball is nubbed foul towards the end of the Red Devil bench. Skips out towards third base, and third base coach Eric Lane, who is at the controls of the offense out there on the field, and Ian Sanderson, the Red Devil assistant, down at first base. Three-man coaching staff this year, and of course the skipper Eddie Smith in the dugout. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that's another fly ball. Drifting over is the left fielder, Dylan Moran, to make the catch for out number 3. So the Devils go down with fly balls just like Pierce did in the first inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left out there. One complete here from Story Field. Red Devils nothing, Pierce nothing. Back here to David Story Field, Kirk Rowland with you as we go to inning number 2, and leading things off for the Raiders will be Matt Thompson, the big slugging catcher. Base hit to center field on the first pitch. He was waiting on it, and first base hit of the ball game. Sharply into center field. Raven Kahana now will step in, the big first baseman of the Pierce Raiders. No score here in the top of the second inning. Red Devils and Raiders underway. Glad to have you on Devil Vision here this afternoon. Parsons now working out of the stretch for the first time. And the left-hander's pitch is on the way, and that's outside. Left-hander's set now, throws over to first. Not much of a lead over there at all for Matt Thompson, who was on board with the first hit of the game. Raven Kahana hitting .259 this season, 14 RBIs, takes a pitch high. So Parsons behind 2-0, will take a little walk behind the mound. Wipe at the brow a little bit, work on that baseball, just kind of reset himself a little bit, and now comes up the back slope and is back up and ready. Here's the left-hander ready. Throw over to first again, and again, not much of a lead over there. No score here in the top of the second. Another throw to first. Parsons hasn't shown the good one yet. Left-handers back up and ready. The 2-0 pitch. Plateward. Popped up in the infield. Conklin, the shortstop, right at his position in the dirt, makes the catch for out number 1. That'll bring up Hudson Bajorek, the right fielder for the Raiders.
27, Hudson Bajorek.
Right-handed hitter against the lefty Parsons. First ball swinging and fouls it out of play behind home plate. Good sprinkling of fans here this afternoon, and of course a lot of room for you folks to get on down here. This is going to be a huge early season quad here this weekend. The 2 here today and the next 2 up at Mount Tahoma. Next pitch just misses outside, a breaking pitch by Tyler Parsons. Former Kelso Highlander who had himself a quality baseball program right in his hometown, and here he is as a freshman in the rotation getting a game 1 assignment in this series. Pitch on the way. That's high. Campbell had faked as if he was going to throw down, but really the base runner over there, Thompson, wasn't too far off the bag at first. 2 balls and a strike to Hudson Bajorek. Bajorek out of Auburn Mountain View, and another throw to first. Right fielder of the Red Devils, Garrett Myers, shaded towards the line down there. Pretty good gap in between Anquist in center and Myers in right, but those 2 guys can run and close that gap quickly. 2-1 pitch on the way. Ground ball to Conklin. Could be a double play. Here's the scoop over to Johnson on to first for the double play. Pitcher's best friend. For the Raiders, they get a base hit, but he's erased on the front end of a double play, and after an inning and a half, no score, Pierce and Lower Columbia. You're listening to Devil Vision here today, YouTube. Go to YouTube. Well, I don't need to tell you this. You're already there, right? Makes no sense to give you the address at this point. You're with us. You're going. Kirk with you here this afternoon. We go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. Goose eggs so far. No runs a hit. No errors for the Raiders. And the Red Bulls looking for their first safety as Cam Campbell, the catcher, will lead off this 2nd inning and takes a high pitch for ball 1. Campbell leading off, Hayden Gerlach on deck, and Riley Higgins, 3rd batter scheduled up here in this bottom of the 2nd inning. No score. Pitch on the way, and that's bounced up. 2 balls, no strikes to Cameron Campbell. The Devils trying to get their first base runner of the afternoon. Not only LCC wearing the navy blue tops that say LCJC on the front, with everybody wearing 42 on the back, wearing their patriotic hats out there, as they have the flag emblazoned in the LC logo on the navy blue hats. Pitch taken for a strike by Campbell. Count now goes to 2-1. Keenum Lum on the mound for the Raiders. Here's the 2-1 offering. Low. 3 balls and a strike. Hitter's pitch for Campbell. Campbell, .316 average this year for Lower Columbia. 6 RBIs. He does have a home run this year for LCC. Lum's ready now. The 3-1 on the way. It's high, and Red Devils have their first base runner aboard. It's a leadoff walk for Cameron Campbell. And that'll bring up Hayden Gerlach, who definitely can hit one out. Gerlach does have a home run. Red Devils not with a huge bunch of power. They've got 5 home runs this season. 5 guys have just one. Gerlach has one of them. But he does have an awful lot of power. This is a guy that can jerk one out pretty easy. And really no wind here today. Here's the pitch on the way. Just got under that one. Pops it up to short center field. Center fielder Carter Johnson comes in, makes the catch. Campbell has to scamper back to first base. So he went first ball hitting. Thought he could jump on that first one and got underneath of it. The Red Devils have either flied out or popped out in 4 of their first 5 at-bats here this afternoon. And Riley Higgins is in there now. Great speed by this kid as he takes a pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Higgins hitting .369 this year. 10 RBIs on the season. Does have 5 steals to lead the Red Devils in that category. Here's the pitch. Low ball, 1-1. 1-1 in the count to Riley Higgins. Riley spent a redshirt year last year. Kid out of Covington, went to Kent Lake High School. Great high school running back, solid baseball player. He's got the tools. He can definitely run. Open stance, right-handed hitter. Lum's ready with the 1-1. Checks the runner over at first, comes to the plate, and that's dumped down the right field line. That could get down for a base hit. It does. Campbell's going to try to hit on down to third. Here's the cut and the throw down. Not quite in time. Campbell is just able to get over there and slide head first. And the Red Devils have their first base hit and their first rally here of this ball game with runners at the corners and just 1 out, and Taylor Davis coming up. So a base hit for Riley Higgins down the right field line. Little parachute job, and boy, was all Campbell could do to get under there, just under the tag. Pretty good throw and relay throw down to third. Campbell slides in safely. So here's Taylor Davis, freshman third baseman / pitcher, with a chance for an RBI early in this game. Right now, scores. Red Devils have a chance here. Timeout called just before Lum was ready to begin his motion. In fact, he had already started the home plate before time was granted, and he had to abort the delivery. A base hit aside now that Higgins, and he's definitely a threat to run in this situation. Instead, the Devils bunt it. They're doing a little suicide. Here's the throw. Not in time. Suicide squeeze. And our RBI for Taylor Davis. So Cam Campbell showing those wheels, and Kevin Davis didn't like it. He's coming out here, and he's going to challenge this a little bit. He thought that little throw from the pitcher there, Lum, was in time, and he has given it to home plate umpire Scott Golke. He didn't agree with it. Golke took the suggestions, dust off the plate, and the Red Devils have a 1-0 lead. So an RBI sacrifice squeeze suicide for the Red Devils, and they've got the 1-0 lead. And they've got 2 runners on with just 1 out, and the batter now is Ryan Anquist of the Devils. Lum's ready now. Here's the lefty's pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Big swing by Anquist. Anquist averages down a little bit this year, .226, but certainly a proven NWAC player that can come through. And boy, did he have a great hit last year that sent the Red Devils to the NWAC tournament. Next pitch is low. 1-1 to the young man from Yakima. Enquist's defense never takes time off. He'll get that average going here a little bit. The hole out towards third, or I should say towards shortstop, is the shortstop Schubert trying to keep the runners, or the runner close there. Higgins, here's the pitch on the way. That's a ball out to center field and shallow, and coming in, bouncing over the center fielder, and they'll all move up, and now they're going to send him around. Here comes Higgins, and he's in for a base hit. Great speed, and the cutoff throw was just a little tardy, and the Red Devils have a 2-0 lead on a little parachute base hit for Ryan Enquist, and an RBI. That was a tough one for Higgins to have to wait and see if the center fielder, Carter Johnson, was going to make that great catch diving in, and then once it bounced a little past him with Higgins' speed, he says, let's do it, let's go for it. And it works out good for the Red Devils. So 2 runs in, still just 1 out, an RBI base hit for Enquist. Runners at first and second, and Corey Conklin the batter now for the Devils. Here's the pitch, and it's low for ball 1. And against such a tough pitcher like Keenan Lum, the Devils have to cash in. They've got to try to come up with a big inning here. They have had a couple of occasions here in this early league season where they had base runners out there and haven't come up with the clutch base hits. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch on the way. That's taken low for ball 2. Now, Corey Conklin has had a tough time getting that batting average jumped up. It is over 130 now, 132 batting average. Does have a pretty good eye, though, this season. He does have 10 walks for 2 in the Red Devil categories for walks. Of course, asked to play defense every day. And again, too good of a ball player to have that average stay down there at the 130 mark. 2 balls, no strikes. Lefty versus lefty. Here's the swing and a miss. Big swing there by Conklin. Taylor Davis in scoring position at second. Enquist over at first. And already 2-0 Red Devils, looking for more here in the bottom of the second inning. Lum's ready, checks the runner out at second base, checks him again, head spinning around, and here's a base hit out to left center field for Corey Conklin. Coming around to score easily is Taylor Davis, 3-0 Red Devils. Good piece of hitting that time by Corey Conklin. Didn't try to pull the ball, went for it. Left-handed hitter served it out there in left center field for an RBI base hit. So the bottom of the order coming through for Lower Columbia. Now LCC will turn the lineup over, and the leadoff guy, Toby Johnson, is up there now against Lum. And you got to continue to try to be relentless here. Keep scoring. Got your big fellas coming up right now. Runners at first and second with still 1 out. Here's Lum. Looks at the runner, comes to the plate. Breaking ball is low for ball 1. Another lefty versus lefty matchup. Keenan Lum again pretty deliberate. Here's the pitch. And it hit him. Got a piece of that left elbow that he had protected with a pad there, and that's going to load things up for Garrett Myers. And Kevin Davis again is going to come out and ask home plate umpire Scott Golke, did he actually get out of the way? And this has kind of been a bone of contention in baseball, and especially college baseball. You've seen a lot of umpires keep batters at home plate saying that they didn't make an effort to get out of the way. Well, there wasn't really much of an effort, but it did come in on him and got a piece. Not a whole lot, but enough for the contact to load the bases up, and that's what Coach Davis is talking about right there. And it also allowed Coach Davis to come out and probably still remind Mr. Golke that he's not happy with that call at home plate on the suicide squeeze earlier. So the Red Devils with 3 in already and a chance for more. And a pretty darn good hitter in Garrett Myers stepping up there now. Inquist at third, Conklin at second, and now Johnson at first. Good speed on the base paths for Lower Columbia. And Myers up there now for the Devils. 11 RBIs this season, looking for more. Keenan Lum in trouble here in the bottom of this second inning. Still just 1 out in the frame with him loaded. Here's the pitch on the way, and that is chopped over on the right side. That's going to score a run. Good piece of hitting right there by Garrett Myers. Hit it to the right side to move everybody up and get a run in. And the Devils now lead it 4-0. One of the little things that come up huge in baseball, and that's moving those runners up and getting an RBI out of it in Myers. And here's Big Lauren. 9th batter to the plate here in this second inning, and 4 runs in and 2 runners in scoring position. Timeout called. Lum wasn't comfortable. Archibald flew out to left his first time up. Left-handed hitter. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball taken for a strike. Pretty good pitch there by Keenan Lum, especially if he's going to get that call consistently. Devils with 3 hits in the inning. Productive out to score a run. Suicide sacrifice as well. Here's the 0-1 to Archibald, and that's in the dirt. 1-1. Good job by Matt Thompson, the Pierce catcher, to keep it in front with a good runner out there at third, Corey Conklin. Conklin at third, Johnson at second. 2 more runners right there in scoring position for the Devils' best hitter, Lauren Archibald. And really a big chance to increase this lead even more. Now at 4-0. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Just missed inside. Another breaking ball. 2-1 to Archibald. Arch leads the team in RBIs with 17, and he can get a couple more with a big base hit here. Archibald's ready now, so is Lum. The 2-1 pitch on the way, and that is hit to shallow left field. Coming in is Moran. Shortstop takes over. Schubert makes the catch to end the inning, but a good frame it was for the Red Devils as they come up with 4 runs, 3 hits, no errors, 2 runners left on base. We played 2 from Story Field. It's Lower Columbia 4, Pierce nothing. We're back here to David Story Field. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. Lower Columbia leading Pierce 4-0 as Tyler Parsons got a little pad to work with here. His first pitch is a ball to Mac McCarty, the designated hitter of the Raiders. So things got to be a lot easier for Parsons to have that pad, but you got to throw strikes as he throws another ball high to Mac McCarty. Back into the screen, 2-1. Red Devils wearing the blue LCJC old school tops with the 42s on everybody. White pants. Here's the pitch. That's hit down the right field line, and playing him over there and making the catch is Garrett Myers. Good defensive positioning by Lower Columbia on their scouting report. So McCarty flies out in foul territory to right field. Raiders are wearing the Raider maroon tops with gray pants. They've got those bright white batting helmets. Speed Racer. The left-hander Parsons is ready. Here's the pitch on the way. His breaking ball stays outside for ball one. I'm not sure if you can get better weather than this right here. This is tremendous. Here's the 1-0. Right in there for a strike, 1-1. Now they celebrated the 10th anniversary of Tyler Parsons' old high school field, Reister Stadium, over in Kelso today. Here's the 1-1. That's hit right back up the middle, right past Parsons, who was just a little late getting the glove up, so a one-out single by Jacob Wynn to center field. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter in the Pierce lineup, Carter Johnson. Apparently they had quite a bunch of ceremonies going over at Reister today, including an appearance by Seahawk player Jermaine Kearse today. So I guess in the off season, even if you're a football star, you'll show up to some baseball fields. Here's a pitch over, and sliding back over to first on the throw is Jacob Wynn. Apparently there were rumors going around that Russell Wilson was going to make an appearance. Well, that was not true, but Jermaine Kearse, I guess, did show up. Next pitch just misses outside. The first pitch to the batter. 1 ball to Carter Johnson. So when they opened Reister Stadium, Reggie Jackson showed up. And now when they celebrate 10 years, Jermaine Kearse showed up. Throw over to first, and back over there was Jacob Wynn. 4-0, the Red Devils have the lead here in the top of the 3rd inning. This first game is a 9-inning affair. The second game will be 7. And these two teams take them out to Homa in the Lakewood area for a doubleheader tomorrow. Another throw to first. Garrett Myers, the Red Devil right fielder, always moving out there. Every time he sees a throw over to first, he's on the move to back up if need be. Inching off to get his lead is Jacob Wynn. Parsons looks a couple of times, comes to the plate, and that's right in there for a strike. Raiders have 18 steals on the season, but Jacob Wynn doesn't have one of them. He's getting his lead over there. Pretty decent lead at first. The 1-1 pitch is on the way, and that's bunted down towards third, but foul. Taylor Davis came over and made sure he got the glove on it in foul territory. A ball and 2 strikes to the batter, Carter Johnson. Now, this is going to be an excellent race in the west region of the NWAC this year. Of course, last year, Lower Columbia had a chance for a perfect season and lost it in the final inning of the final game, and it was the Tacoma team that kind of spoiled that a little bit. And of course, the Red Devils then went on to win the NWAC championship. And another throw over to first base. The 11th championship in the storied program here at Lower Columbia. And of course, the first for Eddie Smith in his 3rd year as the head coach of the Lower Columbia Red Devils, following in the footsteps of the greats that are denoted out there in left center field just to the left of the batting barn. 1 ball, 2 strikes, pitch on the way. Good job by Campbell to keep it in front. That breaking pitch got away from him a bit, but if it gets away from you out front, usually the runner's not going to make that read to head on down. Good job by Campbell. Of course, Jack Riley has a NWAC championship. Here's a fly ball hit to shallow right field. Myers has it tracked. Sun in the sunglasses, but one of those outfielders that actually uses the sunglasses, which is refreshing. A lot of times you'll see a guy out there battling the sun, and those sunglasses will be on top of his hat, which does no good. Myers was right there to make that catch for out number 2. And that'll flip the lineup over for the Raiders, and leadoff guy Andrew Barrera is up. Boy, he hit a bolt out into deep right center field that Ryan Enquist made a nice over-the-shoulder running catch on. Here's Parsons ready now. Tyler with a look comes to the plate on the way, and that's right in there for a strike. Now, the Red Devils knew Tyler Parsons had an awful lot of talent. I think his development this quickly has been a pleasant surprise for Eddie Smith. This kid is out there pitching like this is no big deal. Here's the 0-1 on the way, and that's hit down, foul or fair ball down the line. That'll get past a diving Taylor Davis and rattle around in the corner down there. Quickly they get the throw up, so a 2-out double by Andrew Barrera, and the Raiders got something going. Just fair past the bag at third. Davis tried to dive, but it was past him and into the corner. Pretty good job by Riley Higgins to get that thing in there. So Wynn holds up at third. Barrera right behind him out at second. And here's Dylan Moran for the Raiders, lefty hitter, who flew out to center field his first time. Red Devils leading 4-0, and they want to keep that shutout alive. So Parsons is ready. Here's the pitch to him on the way. He just missed with that one. Just a bit high. Didn't miss by much. We've seen that call a strike earlier in the game. Parsons now working from the windup with the runners at second and third. Here's the pitch. Low and outside for ball 2. There is an open base here, but I don't think you want to face Gunnar Schubert with the bases loaded. Schubert hitting .368 this year, leading the team with RBIs with 18. And Eddie Smith is going to have a walk out to the mound to try to settle down Tyler Parsons. And this is one of these deals where you come out there and you just try to slow that heart rate a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, that Parsons showing great poise as a freshman, but he's still a freshman. And when you get in trouble, sometimes you want to start hurrying a little bit out there. And Coach Smith is really good at doing this. And that was about as quick as I've ever seen him walk out to the mound on that one, to be honest with you. And it was still a slow stroll. We've seen him do the old folks boogie at time where it looks like he needs a walker out there sometimes. And it's all about slowing the game down, slowing the heart rate, and getting the pitcher back and refocused. Eddie Smith last year, who took over as the pitching coach, as the head coach, and did a great job. Well, he's really settling into that role here as that head coach slash pitching coach. We'll see if it pays off after that visit. Here's the 2-0 pitch on the way, and Parsons says, yeah, I can still pour it in there for a strike, and does. 2 balls and 1 strike. Big part of the game right here is the Raiders have a chance to score a couple to get on the board. Here's the 2-1, and that is fouled out of play up and over the Red Devil dugout. We're here in the top of the 3rd inning of this 9-inning tilt. Lower Columbia leading 4-0. Cade Crisco is the scheduled starter in Game 2, the 7-inning affair coming up later. Here's the windup and the pitch, and that's hit into left field for a base hit. That'll score 1, and here come the Raiders. Good little piece of hitting by Dylan Moran. Didn't try to pull it, served it out there to left for the RBI single. Wynn comes in to score, and it's now 4-1 Lower Columbia. Barrera now at third. And here's the dangerous Gunnar Schubert. Schubert from Jefferson High School up in the Auburn area. Parsons now ready. Comes to the plate. Strike. Nice high strike in there. Raiders trying to cut this deficit in half if they can get another base hit here with their second potential run out there at third. Pitch. Another one right in there by Parsons. So Tyler tries getting ahead on this batter. 0-2. Assistant coach Ian Sanderson out there directing traffic defensively. He's got Anquist shallow towards right field. Here's the pitch on the way, and that is hit into center field for a base hit. So the Raiders come right back at it. Just kind of served it out there the same way. Didn't really take a big cut on it. Just kind of put the bat out there and let the pitch do the work and serves it into center. And the Raiders now come right back on the Red Devils and give Pierce a lot of credit. Boy, they didn't get down after giving up the 4 runs in the bottom of the second. They've got 2 of their own out there now. First base hit. Single his first time up. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. 2 runs in here for Pierce. Parsons takes a look at the runner and comes plateward, and that's hit into right field for another base hit. Here comes Myers. He boxes it out there, and it's now 4-3. So Pierce not trying to do too much. Their approach is we're just going to serve it out there. That's another good piece of hitting by Thompson. So 3 consecutive RBI singles. Now, if there was going to be a play at home, it had to be clean out there. No error on the play by Myers, but when he fielded it and dropped it, the runner was coming in to score anyway. And so 4-3 with the tying run now at third base. And here's Raven Kahana, who popped out to short his first time, 0 for 1 this afternoon. Schubert's now at third and Thompson at first, and the pitch is a little high for ball 1. Parsons now with a long look into catcher Cameron Campbell. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way, and that's right in there for a strike. 1-1. Tying run 90 feet away as the Raiders take the 4 from LCC and then come right back with 3 in the top of the third. And a chance to tie it right here. Here's the pitch on the way, and that's a fly ball out of play towards the Pierce side on the first base side of the diamond here at Story Field. Parsons trying to get his team back into the dugout with a lead. The 4-0 lead is gone. It's 4-3 now. 1 ball, 2 strike. Here's the pitch. Popped it straight up in the infield. Somebody better call. Toby Johnson does, makes the catch, but the Pierce Raiders come up with a big inning of their own. 3 runs on 5 base hits. There were no errors, and 2 runners leapt on base. We got a good one going here this afternoon. After 2.5, it's Lower Columbia 4, Pierce 3. We're back here to David Story Field. Kirk Rowland with you here. 4-3. Lower Columbia has the lead. The Devils with 4 in the bottom of the second, and the Raiders come right back with 3 in the top of the third. Leading things off for LCC, Cam Campbell, the Red Devil catcher. Here's the pitch, and that's just low for ball 1. Campbell walked and scored the first run of the game earlier. Keenan Lum with new life. Pitch. Fouled down towards third. 3:06 down the left field line here at Story Field. About 3:40 in the short alley towards left. About 3:90 to center with the batting barn. Breaking pitch low. Right field power alley about 3:54 and 3:26 down the right field line. And of course, some jags and the big batting barn in center field where you got to lift it up and hit a missile to get it up and out of here to direct center field. Next ball is fouled out of play. 2-2 the count to Cameron Campbell. Shaking off the sign now is Lum. The left-hander's ready. Here's the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Good breaking ball to Campbell. He swung right over it. First strikeout of the afternoon for Keenan Lum. Hayden Gerlach, the batter now for the Devils. Flew out to center his first time. Here's the pitch. Looping breaking ball that stays high. Now, one thing the Red Devils we've seen is they'll have a big inning like the 4 spot and then kind of just go stale after that. They've got to get right back at it here. The next pitch just misses outside. Another breaking ball, and you can tell by the body language that Lum wanted that strike call. Does some calisthenics out on top of the rubber, trying to stay loose out there. Here's the 2-0. That's inside, so a chance for Gerlach to work this count a little bit, try to get on board with 1 out here in the bottom of the third. 4-3 Red Devils. Riley Higgins standing on deck. He would be next. Well, he will be next. Pitch, high, ball 4, so a quick walk for Hayden Gerlach. That'll bring up Higgins, who had a single his first time up. Dumped one down the right field line. Second walk of the afternoon for Keenan Lum. Well, this was a good portion of the batting order first time through, the bottom where the Devils came through, and now Higgins hits one into center field for a base hit. So Riley's got a 2-for-2 day going. See if the Red Devils can put a 1-out rally like the Raiders did the past inning. Gerlach at second. Higgins now at first. Coming set now is the left-hander. Here's the pitch on the way, and his breaking pitch is very high to Taylor Davis, who laid down a sacrifice suicide squeeze bunt. And the throw from the pitcher to home was just a little late. So a suicide sacrifice on the fielder's choice for Davis first time up. 1 ball, no strikes, the count. Takes it in the dirt, ball 2. So all of a sudden Keenan Lum, after getting that first out, the strikeout of Campbell, now has walked Gerlach, who's at second, and a base hit by Higgins, who's at first. And Davis ahead of the count, 2-0. Ball hit down towards Eric Lane, Red Devil third base coach. And so some guy wearing number 42 has to run down there to go get that baseball. Everybody for Lower Columbia wearing 42. Of course, they did this in the major leagues yesterday on Jackie Robinson Day. And the head coach of the Red Devils really respects the legacy of Jackie Robinson, and why not? Unbelievable. One of the first things he did after getting the LC job, making sure there was a 42 out in the batting barn here in center field. Neat tribute. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and that's a fly ball hit into the left field corner, and that will be out of play up on the party deck as Taylor Davis gave it a nice ride out there, but in foul ground near the concession stands down there. Thing about this 42 thing with the Red Devils here today, I don't think anybody knew this was coming. I think Coach Smith kind of kept that under wraps. At least Eric Lane, the assistant, talking with him, goes, hey, I don't know, man. Eddie just busted out the 42s here today. Coach Smith respecting the legacy of baseball, and certainly the legacy of Jackie Robinson. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Taylor Davis. With 2 runners on, 1 out here. In a 4-3 game, Red Devils lead. Lum will step off. Now back up on the rubber and ready. Comes to the plate without a look. And that's hit down to third. Bad place to hit it. Step on the bag, throw over to first, and a big double play for the Pierce Raiders. Really the last place you wanted to hit it there was a 1-hopper right to third. Steps on third, throws across, and the double play will retire the side for the Red Devils in the bottom of the third. No runs, 1 hit. There were no errors. 2 runners left out there. 3 complete. A third of the way through this one. It's Lower Columbia 4 and Pierce 3. And we're back here to David Story Field as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Red Devils have the lead 4-3. And leading things off will be Hudson Bajorek, the right fielder, who takes a pitch outside for ball 1. Tyler Parsons on for his 4th inning of work. Does have the lead. And the Raiders with a 3 spot in the top of the 3rd, the last inning. Here's a ball fouled into the screen up above the stands here at Story Field. Here's the pitch on the way, and that's a drive to center field, but shallow. Coming in is Enquist to make the catch for out number 1.
Next up, 28. Designated hitter, Mac McCarty.
Mac McCarty, the DH of the Raiders, stepping in now. Flat out to right his first time. Here's the lefty's pitch, and that's inside. Well, you look at that Red Devil coaching staff down there, and they are hanging on every move out there. They are into it. Here's the 1-0 pitch, in for a strike. Of course, the responsibility of Coach Sanderson right now, making sure the outfielders going off their spray charts and such are in the right spot. And of course, Eddie Smith calling the pitches out there, and Eric Lane also down in a crouch into it big time. Here's a ball hit down towards the tarp area and the play area, and it's out of play. 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors for Lower Columbia. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Pierce. Tyler Parsons now ready. Here's the pitch on the way, and that's hit out towards second base. Toby Johnson's got it, makes the throw for out number 2. That'll bring up Jacob Wynn, who's 1 for 1 this afternoon. Pitch. High and outside. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way, and that's a ground ball out to Taylor Davis at third. Sets himself, throw across in time. And so the Raiders are retired 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left out there, and we're through 3.5 here from Storyfield. Lower Columbia 4, Pierce 3. Hudson Bioli next. He's on deck for these Raiders. Here's the pitch. Outside. 1-1 to Raven Kahana. From Ua Beach, Hawaii. Parsons checks the runner at second, comes plateward, and that's popped down the right field line. Coming in is Garrett Myers, just in fair territory to make the catch to end the 5th. So the Raiders get the tying run. 1 run, couple of base hits. There was a big error, and 2 runners left. We're through 4.5. It's Lower Columbia 4. Well, we go to the bottom of the 5th inning in this 9-inning affair here this afternoon at Storyfield, Lower Columbia, and Pierce. 4-4 tie. For Pierce, 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors. For the Devils, 4 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. The Red Devils had 3 of their 4 base hits in that big 4-run second inning. Haven't done much since. Here's the ball put down by Garrett Myers, and he'll get thrown out as he tries to bunt his way aboard. Got a little too much on that. That was pretty easy for Keenan Lum to get off the hill and make the throw over to first for out number 1. Here comes Arch. Lauren Archibald 0 for 2 this afternoon. Red Devils trying to reignite that offense after those 4 runs in the second. Here's the pitch to Arch. Takes it in for a strike. No balls, 2 strikes to Lauren Archibald. Here's Arch ready. Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way, and that's a weak ground ball out to second base. Barrera's got it, throws over to first for out number 2. Cameron Campbell, the batter now for Lower Columbia, who's 0 for 1. Walked and scored the first run of the game and then struck out. Certainly you can't have that mentality where you score 4 early and think that's going to hold against a good team like Pierce. First pitch is low to Campbell for ball 1. Hayden Gerlach on deck. He would be next, hoping for a chance here in this frame. Here's the 1-0. Campbell takes it for a strike. Next pitch, a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. Keenan Lum, who was teetering early, seems to be getting stronger as we go along. Next pitch, that time it hit Campbell, and there's no way they're going to keep him at home plate on that one, because that rode right in and hit him on the shoulder. So a 2-out hit by pitch. And here's Hayden Gerlach, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. Hayden Gerlach from Valor Christian High School in Parker, Colorado. Here's the windup and the pitch on the way, and that's a strike right in there to Gerlach. Big, strong, right-handed hitter who definitely has power. And with really no wind to speak of right now, this would be a good time to try to get one into Sahlberg Gardens in the bullpen out there in left field. Here's the 0-1. Takes it inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Hayden Gerlach. Tied at 4 here in the bottom of the 5th. Keenan Lum, who's gone the distance. Here's the pitch on the way, and that's nubbed over towards the Pierce dugout. We'd like to welcome the listeners on AM 1490 KLOG, who are just joining us here this afternoon as the Mariners defeat the New York Yankees by a score of 3-2. Here we're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Lower Columbia scored 4 in the 2nd. Pierce scored 3 in the 3rd and 1 in the 5th. We're in a 4-4 tie. 2 outs, runner at first. And here's the 1-2 pitch on the way to Hayden Gerlach, and he hits that ball to left field. Very shallow. Coming in is Moran. Gets under it to make the catch to retire the side. So the Red Devils get Campbell out there at first on a hit by pitch, but he perishes there, and we have completed 5 here from David Story Field. Our score, Lower Columbia 4 and Pierce 4. We're coming back in 1 minute. We're back here to David Story Field. Kirk Rowland with you here on AM 1490 KLOG and KLOG.com and on Devil Vision YouTube. 4-4 tie as we go to the top of the 6th inning. Leading things off for the Raiders, Hudson Bajorek looks at the first pitch for a strike. Kelso native Tyler Parsons has gone the distance for the Devils. Had an early 4-0 lead. Teetered in the 3rd, gave up 1 run in the 5th. Now trying to lock back in. Here's the pitch. Inside for ball 1. 1-1 the count to Bajorek. Bajorek hit into a double play and flew out to center field. Bajorek from Auburn Mountain View. Here's the pitch to him. That's down the line, foul. Third base side. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Still nobody out there in the Red Devil bullpen as they're entrusting the freshman left-hander to stay out there, eat some innings, and try to get himself a big victory here today. Next pitch is high. 2-2 the count to Bajorek. Beautiful afternoon for baseball here at Story Field. Here's the pitch on the way, and that's outside. The count will run full to Hudson Bajorek. Mac McCarty, the Pierce DH, on deck. 4 runs, 4 hits, and an error for the Devils. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for Pierce. Here's the pitch on the way. Boy, didn't miss by much. That is a leadoff walk for Pierce. And here's Mac McCarty. And now the Devil bullpen will stir. It's heading down there very quickly as Max Tilton, it appears, is going to go out there. Again, if you're just joining us here on the radio side, everybody wearing 42 for Lower Columbia today on the day after Jackie Robinson Day. Here's a ball hit to left field. Tracking it in left is Riley Higgins to make the catch for out number 1. That'll bring up Jacob Wynn, who's 1 for 2 this afternoon for Kevin Davis's Raiders. Now this Pierce program, of course, 3 years ago won the NWAC championship. Their 2nd. For years, this was kind of a moribund program. And all of a sudden, Mike Nato took over, and they were all of a sudden in it to win. Nato, after title, then takes the job at Seattle University, and Kevin Davis elevated, and boy, he's kept it right there in great shape. Here's the pitch on the way, a little high. 1 ball, no strikes to Jacob Wynn. Pierce, a tough team to beat. Here's Parsons now ready to go. The left-hander's pitch is hit to the right side. Gerlach comes over. He'll race to the bag by himself and collect the out. So a little hit and run there. That allowed the base runner Bajorek to get down to second base, and good job by Gerlach to stay with that and not be distracted over there by the runner taking off. So a chance for Parsons to get out of the inning without any damage, and a chance for the Raiders to get a base hit and perhaps take the lead. Carter Johnson scored the tying run as he reached on an error by the shortstop, Corey Conklin. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Tyler Parsons, who's just done such an outstanding job coming right in and getting in that rotation and earning it. Here's the 1-0 on the way, and that's a base hit to left field. Here comes Higgins, got a good arm. Here's the throw coming into the plate, and it's in time. Don't be running on Riley Higgins. A strike to the catcher. Campbell makes the tag, and we stay tied on the inning for the Pierce Raiders. No runs, no hits. Well, actually, one hit, that hit right there, but he was gunned down by Higgins to Campbell. And we have now played 5.5. It's still 4-4, the Red Devils and Pierce. Back in a minute. We're back here to David Story Field. Kirk Rowland with you here this afternoon on KLOG and YouTube Devil Vision tonight. Riley Higgins with the big throw from left. Cuts down the go-ahead run for Pierce, and now we'll put Higgins right up to the plate to lead off this bottom of the 6th inning. And here's the pitch to Riley. Takes a breaking ball for a strike. Higgins with great tools. We mentioned the speed earlier, showed the arm there. Outstanding athlete. Here's the 0-1 pitch to him. Another breaking ball, this time outside. 1-1. Keenan Lum has gone the distance. Gave up 4 runs in the second, but has shut him down since. Here's a ground ball hit out to third base. Wins got it. Throw across in time for out number 1. Taylor Davis, the Red Devil third baseman, now will check in.
Next batter for the Red Devils.
Davis with an RBI on a suicide squeeze earlier, but hit into a double play to end the 3rd inning. Talented young man from Federal Way. Pitch to him in the dirt. Breaking ball. Taylor Davis from Todd Beamer High School, and this was an outstanding athlete there, multi-sport guy, and not only has been a third baseman here for Lower Columbia, but has always had a chance to be the closer as well. Pitcher. Next pitch is outside. 2 balls, no strikes to Davis. As we're here in the bottom of the 6th of a 9-inning game. We'll have both of them for you here today on K-Log. Jim DeBruler will be along to give you the next ball game. Here's the 2-0 to Davis. Pops it up in the infield. Straight up. Second baseman coming in. That'll be Barrera to make the catch for out number 2. And that'll bring up Ryan Enquist. Enquist 1 for 1, an RBI single and a walk.
Center fielder, Ryan Enquist.
Enk Nasty. Twitter handle. Left-hander from Yakima. Ground ball to second. Rolls it over. Easy inning for Keenan Lum. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left out there. We are complete through 6 innings. And nothing decided yet. It's Lower Columbia 4, Pierce 4. We'll be back in 1 minute. Welcome back to David Story Field. Kirk Rowland with you here this afternoon on a beautiful sunny afternoon. Perfect weather for baseball. And we go to the top of the 7th inning in a 4-4 tie. Leading things off for Pierce, their leadoff guy, Andrew Barrera, who is 1 for 2 this afternoon. Tyler Parsons out for his 7th inning of work, and his first pitch is high for ball 1. The Raiders won the first matchup in what they call the singles portion of the schedule. And so really to take it, LCC needs to win 3 of 4. There's a ball fouled into the screen. 1-1 to Barrera. And of course, so if the Red Devils can't win this ball game here, then that really puts the pressure on them to try to win 3 straight. Our second one here today, and then a pair of games tomorrow up at Mount Tahoma High School. That'll also be a 1 o'clock start. Here's the 1-1 on the way inside. 2 balls and a strike to Andrew Barrera. Kentridge High School up in Kent. Here's Parsons, 2-1. Low, 3-1. Hitters count for Barrera. Barrera had a double for his base hit. Scored the second run of the afternoon for Pierce. Tied at 4 here in the top of the 7th. Here's the 3-1 on the way, and that's a fly ball hit towards Higgins in left field. Riley's underneath, taps the glove, and makes the catch for out number 1. So except for that one tough inning for Tyler Parsons, he has done a great job here this afternoon. In that 3-run frame for Pearson the third, they had 5 base hits, 4 singles and a double. Here's the pitch by Parsons, low. Dylan Moran, a pair of our RBIs this afternoon, 2 for 3. Here's the pitch. Right in there for a strike. Now, one of the assistant coaches for the Pierce Raiders is Jim Odell. And if you're a longtime Red Devil fan, you know that name. Here's the 1-1 outside, 2-1. Jimmy Odell is one of the great hitters in Red Devil history. He's now an assistant at Pierce, had some time as an assistant at Skagit Valley. After Lower Columbia, went on to become a Hall of Famer at Lewis Clark State for Ed Sheff. Here's a ground ball out to Johnson. Slides to make the stab of the ground ball and the throw over to first for out number 2. Nice play by Toby Johnson. Jimmy Odell could hit. Man, he was fun to watch. And as I mentioned, not only was a great hitter at LCC, but was a great hitter at LC State for Ed Sheff over there. And Eddie Smith's going to go to the bullpen right now. He gets a couple of outs from Parsons, and I think he wants Gunnar Schubert perhaps to see a right-hander. So that'll be it for Tyler Parsons. His work is through this afternoon, and he has kept his team in the game as he will leave in a 4-4 tie. Max Tilton, the former Mark Morris Monarch, will come on in relief. We'll take a minute break for our sponsors and be right back to Story Field in a minute. Back here to David Story Field. 4-4 tie. Red Devils go to the bullpen. They swap out the Kelso kid for the Mark Morris kid. Max Tilton comes on in relief as Parsons goes 6 2/3 innings this afternoon, gives up 9 hits, 4 runs against him, 3 earned, did not strike out a batter, and walked just 1. And so now Tilton will come on. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, these two guys hooked up on that epic job where together they held Edmonds scoreless for 18 innings together, only to lose it in the 19th. First pitch is high for ball 1. Next pitch in there for a strike. 1-1 the count to Gunnar Schubert, who is 2 for 3 this afternoon. Tilton likes to work quickly. Here's the 1-1. Fouled right back into the screen. Pretty good rip there by Gunnar Schubert. But Tilton gets ahead in the count, 1-2. Big Max got that red beard going. Manly. Looks like he could be the brawny guy. Here's the 1-2. And that ball is served out into left field for a base hit. Hung a breaking pitch on a 1-2 count. And there's Schubert to get the 2-out base hit. He's at first. Matt Thompson, the batter. He's 2 for 3. Got an RBI. Pretty tough guys in this Pierce lineup. And they certainly weren't fazed by being down 4-0 in this ball game earlier. They came right back with 3 to get close and have tied it up here 4-4 in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Just missed, did Tilton with the fastball. Max Tilton has not given up a run this year on 18 innings of work. He has been outstanding. Pitch. That's a ground ball right back to him. He's got it. Will close the ground. Underhand flip to Gerlach. And the Raiders are retired here in the top of the 7th. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 1 runner left on base. We're through 6.5 in the 7th inning stretch. Red Devils 4, Pierce 4. We're back in a minute. Welcome back to David Story Field. Kirk Rowland with you here as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning of this 9-inning college baseball game. First game of a doubleheader here this afternoon. Lower Columbia 4, Pierce 4. And the Red Devils will send up their number 9, a hitter in the lineup, shortstop Corey Conklin, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI today. Left-handed hitter against the lefty pitcher that's gone the distance for the Raiders, Keenan Lum. And here's Lum ready. His first pitch to Conklin is a breaking ball, low and inside for ball 1. Devils need some base runners. Haven't done much since the 4 runs in the bottom of the 2nd inning. On deck, leadoff guy Toby Johnson. Pitch to Conklin. Base hit to right field. Andrew Barrera tried to time his leap to snare it out of the air, but Conklin serves it out there in right field for a leadoff base hit. Then here's Toby Johnson, who is 0 for 2. Got hit by a pitch. Just the 5th base hit for the Red Devils so far here. The Raiders have 10. But we're tied here at 4. Conklin, pretty good speed over there at first. Lum now with a long look. He'll throw over to first. Little lolly toss over there, and Conklin wasn't off very far. So we'll see if the Red Devils can cash in on this leadoff base hit by Conk. Garrett Myers on deck for the Devils, but Toby Johnson's the man up there right now. Lefty versus lefty. Here's the pitch on the way, in the dirt. 1 ball to Toby Johnson. Of course, Johnson was on those great WF West teams. Went down and played a year of JC ball in Arizona. Said, I got to get back here to the Northwest, and been a good fit here at Lower Columbia. Here's a 1-0 pitch to him, and he hits that one to the right side for a base hit. Conklin had to stop to make sure it was in front of him and didn't hit him, and so the Devils with back-to-back singles against Keenan Blum trying to get something going. And the number 2 hitter, Garrett Myers, will check in for LCC. Myers, 347. Average has come down a little bit. He was red hot early in the going, but 7 doubles this year and 11 RBIs. And he's just been a solid hitter for Lower Columbia. Meanwhile, the catcher, Matt Thompson, will go out and discuss with the pitcher, and a right-hander starts to warm up down in the Pierce bullpen. The conference is over, and now Garrett Myers will get a chance to hit. Conklin at second, Johnson at first. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th in a 4-4 tie. Ben at the waist and looking in is the lefty Keenan Lum. Showing bunt early, holding it out there, just daring them to come in. And now they've got a wheel play on, and Conklin just does get back. The ball gets away from the second baseman, Barrera, but not quick enough. So with all of that movement, they were hoping that maybe Conklin got deked and took a bit of a lead, and he was lucky that he didn't get picked off out there. When you square early like that, that kind of allows the defense to move around a little bit, and sometimes that can catch you napping out there, but Conklin did get back. And luckily for the Raiders, the ball didn't get away farther from Barrera that would have allowed the runners to move up. Again, Myers had showed bunt early, but now he's back in hitting position. Now he squares, and here's the throw to home plate, and the bunt is foul. And that's hurt the Red Devils a couple times here this afternoon, not being able to get a bunt down. Oh and 1 to Garrett Myers as he has a long look over there at Eric Lane. Coaching third for Lower Columbia, the former NWAC MVP, second baseman for LCC, who of course went on to play at Gonzaga and now is back coaching here at Lower Columbia. No balls and a strike. Lum trying to get out of a jam here. Another spin and look out there, and Conklin wasn't too far off. Didn't throw it. For Myers, if he can't get the bunt down here, at least move him up. I think the last thing you want to do is hit it down to third base at this point, unless it's just a perfectly placed bunt. Here's the pitch on the way, and that's low for ball 1, 1-1. Showed bunt, but pulled it back. And again, Eric Lane goes through the signs. Meanwhile, Lum takes the cap off and wipes the brow a bit. Situations like this will make you sweat a little bit. 1-1. Lum comes to the plate. The bunt's put down, foul again. So a lack of execution hurting the club right now. You got to be able to get a bunt down. Perhaps now it's just your duty now to put it in play and move the runners up. Base hit would be nice. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Garrett Myers. Conklin's at first, Conklin at second, Toby Johnson at first. Big part of the game right here in this 4-4 tie. Lum's ready. Spins the head a few times and now will again spin around without a throw, looking out towards second base. Lauren Archibald is on deck for Lower Columbia, looking for a big RBI situation. 2 runners on, no outs. And the 1-2 pitch on the way. A swing and a miss on a high fastball. That was not one of the better at-bats for Garrett Myers. Big strikeout for Keenan Lum as he just reared back and threw that high fastball, and Myers couldn't catch up to it. And now here's Arch. Archibald 0 for 3. And he doesn't go too many times at bats without a base hit. 367 batting average on the season. The RBI leader with 17. Trying to get a big hit here to regain the lead for Lower Columbia. 4-4 tie here in the bottom of the 7th. Keenan Lum's ready. Here's the pitch to Arch, and that's in the dirt. Good stop by catcher Matt Thompson. Cleanup hitter Cameron Campbell on deck. Still has those shin guards on. Archibald, the left-handed hitter, who plays a lot of games here at Story Field. Plays for the Cowlitz Black Bears in the summer as well. Timeout called at home plate as Lum was taking too much time. A lot of tension in the air at this point of the ball game. Not only is the game tied, but LCC hasn't done anything since the 2nd. Lum now comes to the plate to Archibald, and that's bounced up there again. Another good stop by Thompson. And he's going to go out and talk to his pitcher. Still have some activity going on down in the Pierce bullpen in the right field corner here at Story Field. The catcher-pitcher conference is over. Just as home plate umpire Scott Golke was thinking about going out there and breaking up the rock pile. Thompson's now back behind home plate, getting ready to get down and ready to go on this 2-0 pitch to Lauren Archibald. Archibald does have a home run this season for LCC. Keenan Lum is ready now. The 2-0 pitch on the way, and that's a little low for ball 3. So this will be interesting to see here if Arch is going to get a green light right here. If there's anybody on this LCC team that would get a green light 3-0, it would be Lauren Archibald. Look for one sweet little area, and we'll see if they turn him loose. Here's Lum ready, gets set. Comes to the plate. Archibald, good team guy, took it for a strike, 3-1. And now here's where Arch is thinking, I'm going to be a hitter here. Get a nice pitch to hit. He'll reach down and get a fistful of dirt and back up there with no batting gloves. Old school guy, interesting cat, Lauren Archibald, and through it all he can hit. So it'd be a good time to show it. 3-1 pitch, and it's on the way to Arch, and he hits it down to first base. They'll throw down to second, get one, and that's it. So now 2 outs with runners at the corners. Couldn't get that hop over there to get over the first baseman that we saw Pierce get earlier. So the runner is out at second base. Archibald reaches on the fielder's choice. Meanwhile, the go-ahead run, Conklin, is 90 feet away. So the Devils looking for a clutch hit by Cam Campbell. But now 2 outs in the inning. Keenum Lum's pitch to him is a curveball that doesn't break down, just kind of ethos is in there. 1 ball. Hayden Gerlach would be next, standing on deck. Devils paying tribute to Jackie Robinson today, looking for a Jackie Robinson type base hit right here. And here's a ground ball to third, hops over the glove, and the Devils have taken the lead on an RBI single by Cameron Campbell. Kind of ate up the third baseman Jacob Wynn over there into left field for the hit. And the Devils have regained the lead 5-4. Conklin scores on the play. So Archibald at second now, Campbell at first, and here comes Gerlach, who's 0 for 2 with a walk. Hit it hard and on the ground, and things are going to happen for you. Here's the pitch. Gerlach pops it up in the infield, straight up. Shortstop going back, makes the catch, but not before Lower Columbia gets the go-ahead run in the frame. In the 7th inning for Lower Columbia, 1 run, 3 base hits, no errors, and 2 runners left on base. 7 complete, 9-inning game. Lower Columbia 5, Pierce 4. Back in a minute. We're back here to Story Field. Kirk Rowland with you here this afternoon. Beautiful afternoon for baseball. Red Devils lead it 5-4 as we go to the top of the 8th inning, and Max Tilton on for his 2nd inning of work. Pours in a strike. The batter is Raven Kahana of the Raiders. Here's the 0-1. Breaking pitch, just missed with it. A sharp breaker that was just outside, 1-1. Again, Tilton, no nonsense. Get the ball, throw it, get outs. Here's the 1-1. Foul ball out of play over the Pierce dugout towards the Allen Thompson Learning Resource Center. Okay, the library. Ground ball hit out to Conklin. Deep hole at short, low throw, but taken by Gerlach for out number 1. Nice play by Corey Conklin.
Now batting number 27, right fielder, Hudson Bajorek.
Hudson Bajorek, the batter now for the Raiders. 0 for 2 with a walk. Here's the pitch. Fastball is high. Ball 1 from Max Tilton. Tremendous athlete for Mark Morris, multi-sport guy there, football, basketball, baseball. Here's the pitch to him, right in there for a strike. Of course, an athletic family. just no-nonsense kid, man. Hard worker, talented. 1-1. Outside 2-1. Raiders trying to get somebody aboard. Could be the potential tying run. 5-4 Devils lead here in the top of the 8th. Pitch by Tilton. That's hit out to right field. Coming in is Garrett Myers to make the catch on the lazy liner out there. 2 outs. Mac McCarty, the designated hitter, got an 0 for 3 going today. And again, the Red Devils don't think that McCarty's going to pull much. They've got the center fielder Anquist shaded way over to right as Tilton's fastball is high. Tilton's ready. Here's the 1-0 on the way, and that's a ball popped out of play and foul. 1-1. Get the ball, throw the ball. Tilton's up there, he's ready to go, and the batter's not even in the box yet. Now everybody's set. Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Strike. 1-2. Boy, a guy like Max Tilton, just tremendous bullpen guy, and if you need him to start, he'll do it for you. Here's the 1-2, breaking pitch outside. Pretty sharp little breaker there and a waste pitch. Just trying to get the hitter McCarty to go fishing after it. 2-2. Here's the pitch. That's a fly ball hit to right field and pretty deep, but Anquist was played over there, and the center fielder will come all the way over from his center field spot to make the catch in right field to retire the side. Max Tilton with a spotless inning in the 8th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left out there after 7.5. Devils 5, Pierce 4. Back in 1 minute. We're back here to David Story Field where the Red Devils lead the Pierce Raiders 5-4, and the Raiders will go to the bullpen as they'll bring in Tyson Cronin, a freshman right-hander from Maple Valley who pitched for Tahoma. And a solid start for Keenan Lum. 7 innings, gave up 7 base hits, 4 runs, all earned, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks. And he will not, well, he'll be on the hook for the loss unless the Raiders can battle back and either tie or take the lead. LCC, 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. The Raiders, 4 hits, 10 hits, and no errors. And up there for the Devils to start this bottom of the 8th is Riley Higgins, the left fielder for Lower Columbia, who's 2 for 3 today. Meanwhile, Thompson, the catcher of the Raiders, will go out and go over signs with the new pitcher, Cronin. Make sure they're all on the same page. So right now it's insurance time for LCC. How about a little Jim DeBruler insurance out there? How about a little Jessica Micken State Farm insurance? How about that? Here's the windup and the pitch on the way, and that's fouled out of play over the Pierce dugout. 1 strike to Riley Higgins. Cronin this season has pitched in 8 innings so far. Gets ahead in the count 0-2 as Higgins fouls another one off. Cronin making just his 5th appearance of the season and has put in a pretty big spot. Gives up a hit an inning so far, but can strike you out. Has 6 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1. That one pitch is just a little low. Good job by Higgins to not pull the trigger. 5-4, Red Devils with the lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tyson Cronin's ready. The 1-2 pitch, and that's a fly ball hit out towards shallow right field. And going out is the second baseman to make a basket catch over the shoulder, Andrew Barrera. He made that look pretty easy. 1 out. That had a little prime time dripping on it a little bit right there. And that was with the right fielder coming in on you, Hudson Bajorek. Taylor Davis, the hitter now for the Devils. Here's the pitch, outside and low, ball 1 to Davis. I did not see if Taylor Davis actually went out to warm up at all in that last inning. I think this is going to be put on to Max Tilton right here. Here's a base hit out to right field, and Davis has got the single as the right fielder Bajorek gets it in pretty quickly. So the first base hit of the afternoon for Taylor Davis, a 1-out single, and that'll bring up Ryan Enquist. Enquist is 1 for 2 today with an RBI. Davis with a short lead. Pitch is high and outside for ball 1. Enquist looking down to Coach Lane, going through the signs. Coming set now is Cronin. Here's the pitch to Enk. Takes it for a strike, 1-1. Cronin the right-hander and in relief. Enquist a left-handed hitter. Pitch to him. Who kind of ate him up inside a little bit, checked his swing, and it's called a strike. 1-2. Cronin pumping strikes here in relief. That's what Kevin Davis wanted to see. Here's the pitch to him, and that's a fly ball hit to right field. Shaded over towards the line, and out coming over is Bajorek, and just on the line makes the catch. They'll call it a fair ball on the catch. And that'll bring up Corey Conklin. 2 outs here in the frame, bottom of the 8th. Devils leading at 5-4. Conk is 2 for 3 with an RBI. Stay hot. Try to get that average back up to what he expects. Here's the pitch to him. Swing and a miss. Good fastball by Cronin. Conklin back in the batter's box. Devils up by 1, trying to come up with a 2-out rally here to increase the lead. Here's a pitch to Conklin, and that just misses inside. Good tailing fastball that came in. A ball and a strike to Conk. Corey Conklin out of Corvallis. Pitch to him. And that's served out towards left field. They had him played properly out there. Dylan Moran makes the catch. So the Red Devils can't cash in on the Taylor Davis 1-out single. And the inning is completed. No runs, a hit, no errors. 1 runner left on base. The Red Devils need 3 outs to get a big league win in Game 1 of this doubleheader. Lower Columbia 5, Pierce 4. We're back in 1 minute. back here to Story Field where we go to the top of the ninth with the Red Devils leading 5-4, and Max Tilton trying to nail it down here today, and he'll be facing the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the Pierce lineup. And the first pitch is in for a strike to Jacob Wynn, who's 1 for 3 today. Pitch, swing and a miss. Good fastball by Tilton. That fastball had a little hair on it. 0-2. Here's Max ready. Pitch on the way. Tried to extend that zone out and throws it outside. 1-2. All business, Max Tilton. Here's the 1-2. Curveball, just missed. No, straight curve might have been a little slide piece there. A little sharp breaker. Pitch, fastball, swing and a miss. Down goes Wynn. That'll bring up Carter Johnson, the center fielder. He's got a hit in 3 trips to the plate, reached on an air, scored a run. Boy, those Devil coaches are working hard trying to get everybody in the right place. Fastball poured in just a little high, didn't miss by much to Carter Johnson. Here's the 1-0. Fastball in there. Pumping strikes, working quickly, trying to collect a big win in relief for the Devils. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball hit out towards Conklin at short. He's got it, makes the throw across in time, and the Devils are an out away from getting a big win here in game 1 of this doubleheader. It'll be the leadoff man, Andrew Barrera. He's got a double in 3 trips. Been a whole lot of singles in this ball game here today, and in fact, Barrera had the only extra base hit for Pierce this afternoon. The Red Devils, meanwhile, have been all about singles as well. Here's the pitch by Tilton. Low, ball 1, didn't miss by much. Little bit of a groan by some of the Red Devil fans. Here's the pitch by Tilton. That's upstairs, 2-0. And Max will take a little walk to the side of the hill and take that hat off and stroke that big bushy hair that he's got under that cap there. Guys this age have the hair, man. Tilton's now recalibrated. He's ready. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Right in there for a strike. Andrew Barrera trying to keep it alive for the Raiders. 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. Pitch. Just missed on the fastball outside. Max Tilton trying to put this W in the books. 3-1 pitch now to Barrera. Here's the pitch. That's a ground ball hit out to Conklin, and it eats him up. And we'll see how they rule that. Might be an error. I don't know. Now they're going to call it a base hit, so Pierce stays alive as they will have the tying run at first, and now we'll go to the bench and bring up a pinch hitter.
Your attention, please. Now pinch hitting for the Raiders, number 20.
So Barrera with a sharp hit ball to short and gets the infield hit. And the hitter will be Josh Swanson. And now the Red Devils quickly scrambling to get their spray charts and scouting report on where to play this big right-handed hitter. He's out of Auburn Mountain View. 2 outs, tying run at first. Max Tilton's ready. Pitch on the way, and that's a fly ball hit to right field, and this should do it. Myers underneath of it, makes the catch, and the Red Devils tie up the season series with Pierce and come up with a big victory here in Game 1 by a final score of 5-4. Final line score looks like this. For the Red Devils, 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, 7 runners left on base. And for the Raiders, 4 runs on 11 hits, 6 left on base. The winning pitcher is Max Tilton in relief, and your losing pitcher is the starter, Keenum Lum. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Well, we've got another baseball game coming your way here on KLOG and on Devil Vision, YouTube. It'll be about a half an hour away. Probably approximately, let's say, 3:50 or so. So, of course, we'll take you back to ESPN programming back at the KLOG studios. And then Jim DeBruler will be back to bring you the second game of the doubleheader, the 7-inning affair. In this one today, though, the Devils scoring 4 runs in the bottom of the second inning to take the 4-0 lead. The starter, Tyler Parsons, had a nice cushion, but he gave most of it right back as the Raiders score 3 runs in the top of the third. The Raiders then score a single tally in the 5th to tie it up, and then LCC scores the go-ahead run in the 7th inning, and Max Tilton nails it down with great relief. So, great job by the Red Devils and the Raiders, and we're going to have another one coming up. So, again, we'll take this half an hour break, give or take a few minutes here and there, and we hope you can join us on KLOG and Devil Vision on YouTube. This is Kirk Rowland saying once again our final score. Red Devils 5, Pierce 4. Another one coming up shortly. Have a great afternoon. We'll take you back to the KLOG studios.
From David Story Field, welcome to NWAC West Region Baseball. Hello, everybody. I'm Jim DeBruler, tag teaming with Kirk Rowland to bring you today's important doubleheader between the Pierce Raiders and the Lower Columbia College Red Devils. Lower Columbia won the first game 5-4 with Cameron Campbell driving home the winning run with a single in the bottom half of the seventh. Max Tilton came on in relief of Tyler Parsons and threw scoreless baseball for 2 2/3 innings to pick up the win. Should also mention a fabulous throw by Riley Higgins from left field in the top half of the sixth to cut down a runner at the plate, which obviously helped lead to the Red Devils' win. With the win, both Pierce and Lower Columbia now tied for second place in the West region with records of 4-2 on the season. Lower Columbia now 16-8. Next ball game should be a fabulous ball game, as was the first ball game, and every bit as important as both teams chase Tacoma in West region play. Tacoma was winning big earlier today in their first ball game against Grays Harbor. Let's set the starting lineups for you here for the second ball game for Pierce. Leading off and playing second base, Andrew Barrera. Batting second in left field, Dylan Moran. Batting third, Gunnar Schubert. He's the shortstop. Batting fourth, doing the catching, Matt Thompson. Batting fifth at first base, Raven Kahana. Batting sixth in right field, Hudson Bajoric. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, Josh Swanson. Batting eighth, the third baseman, Jacob Wynn. Batting ninth in center field, Carter Johnson. And on the mound pitching, Leif Strom with a record of 3-0 and earned run average of 2.45. For the Red Devils, who've just taken the field, they'll go with Toby Johnson in the leadoff spot playing second base. Garrett Myers bats second in right field. Lauren Archibald will bat third. He's a designated hitter. Hayden Gerlach bats fourth. He's at first base. Riley Higgins batting fifth in left field. Taylor Davis plays third base, batting sixth. Benny Calavajea is the catcher, batting seventh. Ryan Inquist bats eighth in center field. Corey Conklin batting ninth at short. And on the mound pitching Cade Crisco with a record of 1-0 and earned run average of 0.77. Cade, coming back off of an oblique injury, has not thrown a lot through last weekend. Was not his sharpest last weekend, obviously after missing some time. His trademark has been pinpoint control, and plate kind of jumped around on him last weekend. They had him on a pitch count and came away with a no decision. But expecting that probably be back in normal form today, and if that's the case, may very well see a fast-moving ball game here in what is scheduled to be a 7-inning affair. Field has been prepped, and we're just about ready to go. The plate umpire for the second ball game will be Michael Goebel, and the base umpire will be Scott Golke. Virtually no wind here at David Story Field. There hasn't been much of a wind all day, which is really uncharacteristic for the Lower Columbia area here. The leadoff batter, Andrew Barrera, just about ready to step in and face Cade Crisco. Crisco, a right-hander, working from the first base side of the pitching rubber. Barrera adjusts his batting helmet, takes a practice cut, now steps in. Crisco ready. Here comes the first pitch. A little bit low, and the count is 1-ball. Crisco working quickly, ready. Here comes the next pitch, lifted in the air, right center field. On the run, Enquist can't get to it, picks it up on the bounce, fires it back in, and Barrera is going to be in there with a leadoff double. Andrew Barrera, swinging on the second pitch, drives it into the gap in right center field, so he's aboard with a leadoff double, and that'll bring on Dylan Moran, a left fielder. Moran, a left-handed batter. Played his high school baseball at Bonnie Lake in the Sumner district. Middle infielders playing back. Corner infielders up on the cut of the grass. There's a fake move to second. Barrera gets back. Outfield essentially straight away. Crisco leans down, has the sign he wants from his catcher, Calavajea. Here comes the pitch. There's a bunt. Foul up the third base side. Calavajea jumped on it quickly, but it rolled foul about 8 feet out in front of the plate. Count 1 strike on Dylan Moran. Gunnar Schubert swinging the bat in the on-deck circle. Shortstop Corey Conklin very deep. Crisco set. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a bunt back out in front of the mound. Crisco fields cleanly, throws to the second baseman, Toby Johnson, covering first in time. So the sacrifice bunt is successful. And on the play, Andrew Barrera moves on down to third base. So Pierce threatening here in the top half of the first. And that'll bring up the number 3 hitter in the lineup, Gunnar Schubert. And this young man is a very, very fine ball player. Crisco ready. Here comes the pitch. Slow breaking ball. Stays high. And the count is 1 ball. 1-0 on Gunnar Schubert. Hitting .368 coming into today's doubleheader. Had a couple of hits in the first ball game. There's the pitch. There's a soft fly ball. Hit it into center field. Enquist makes the catch. Runner from third breaks towards home. The throw going to be up the line. And coming in to score is Andrew Barrera on the sacrifice fly off the bat of Gunnar Schubert. That'll bring up the number 4 hitter in the lineup, Matt Thompson. Thompson hitting .346 on the year. As a team, Pierce with only 2 home runs on the season. First pitch down low. Count is 1 ball on Matt Thompson. We're glad you're with us on ESPN Radio for Kelso Longview, 1490 KLOG. There's the next pitch up high, also coming to you on the World Wide Web on KLOG.com and Devil Vision. 2-0 the count on Matt Thompson. Crisco back up on top. Looks down. Rocks and delivers. Next pitch just off the outside edge, close. And the count runs to 3-0 on Matt Thompson. Raven Kahana is in the on-deck circle. Third baseman Taylor Davis plays close to the line. There's the next pitch in for a called strike, and the count is 3-1. Left fielder Riley Higgins plays deep. For that matter, all 3 outfielders playing deep. Here comes a 3-1 pitch, up high, ball 4. So a 2-out walk to Matt Thompson. And that'll bring up the burly first baseman for Pierce, Raven Kahana.
First baseman, number 18, Raven Kahana.
Kahana, a right-handed batter wearing number 18. .259 hitter on the year is Raven. Open stance, right-handed batter. Here comes the pitch. Down low and away, and the count is 1 ball. Cade Crisco has not lost a game in his Red Devil career. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Lifted in the air, foul, out of play on the first base side, drifting over toward the campus. And the count evens up at 1-1 on Raven Kahana. Thompson gets his lead at first base. Short lead. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Down low. 2-1 the count on Kahana. As with Campbell, the third baseman Taylor Davis playing close to the line for Kahana. There's a toss over to first base. Thompson dives back in ahead of the throw. Left fielder Riley Higgins pulled over into left center field. There's another toss over to first. Once again, Thompson dives back in. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled a few steps over into right center field. Thompson with his lead at first. Here comes the pitch. Line drive down the right field line, hooking foul. Going to make its way down toward the corner. So the count now 2-2 on Raven Kahana. Should he get aboard, Hudson Bajorek is in the on-deck circle. Start making plans right now for the NWAC tournament. Going to be held here Memorial Day weekend. Crisco ready, leans down, has the sign he wants. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Lifted in the air, shallow right field. Second baseman going back out on the grass. That's Toby Johnson, makes the catch near the foul line. And that'll do it for Pierce here in the top half of the first. No runs on one hit, no errors, one man left. We move to the bottom half of the first. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing, back in 1 minute. I'm in good shape. On to the bottom half of the first inning. Pierce draws first blood in the top half of the inning, scoring 1 run. They lead 1-0. Leif Strom, a lanky right-hander, continuing to warm up here. He'll face Toby Johnson, Garrett Myers, and Lauren Archibald. The numbers 1, 2, and 3 hitters in the lineup. Strom 3-0 on the season, 2.45 earned run average. Once again, if you're just joining us, Lower Columbia won the first game of the doubleheader by a score of 5-4. And if you were listening to KLOG earlier in the day, you heard the Mariners down New York by a score of 3-2. Felix Hernandez picked up the win, evened his record on the season at 1-1. Toby Johnson ready to step in for Lower Columbia and lead it off here in the bottom half of the first. Toby hitting .368 coming into today's action. Had a single in 3 official appearances in the first ball game, was also hit by a pitch. Left-handed batter, slightly open stance. Here comes the first pitch. Fastball catches the outside edge for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Johnson back in. Strom peers down to his catcher, Matt Thompson. Ready, here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball hit to the right side. Kahana fields it in behind the bag, runs to the bag in time for the easy out. So Johnson out 3 unassisted. And with 1 man down, that'll bring up Garrett Myers, the Red Devil right fielder. Garrett came into today's action hitting .347. Was hitless in the first ball game. There's a pitch swung on and missed, and the count is 0-1. Garrett, solid veteran off of last year's championship ball club. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Good heat in on the hands, and the count quickly 0-2 on Garrett. Outfield plays him straight away. Strom working quickly ready. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball down low and away. Good stop by Matt Thompson. And the count now 1-2. Shortstop Gunnar Schubert back near the cut of the outfield turf. as is the second baseman, Andrew Barrera. There's the next pitch, laced foul, up and out of play on the third base side. Count remains 1-2 on Garrett. Strom has the sign he wants. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball perhaps overthrown a little bit in the dirt. Comes all the way to the backstop. Count evens up at 2-2 on Garrett Myers. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball cued off the end of the bat into the screen off to the right of the plate. Count remains 2-2. Two mighty fine baseball teams doing battle here, and they'll do it again tomorrow up in Tacoma at Mount Tahoma High School. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fastball down low and away. Ball 3. 3-2 the count. So after getting out in front 0-2 on Myers, we've now got a full count. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Chopped foul off to the left of the plate. Fielded in the on-deck circle by Lauren Archibald. Count remains full on Garrett Myers. Right-handed batter out of Happy Valley, Oregon. Got a sister who's a pretty good athlete playing basketball back east. There's the next pitch just off the outside edge, ball 4. So a good at bat for Garrett Myers as he works his way back from an 0-2 count and draws the base on balls. That'll bring up Lauren Archibald, hitting .367 coming into today's action. 1 home run on the season, but certainly has the ability. Big, strong, left-handed batter out of Renton. Myers gets his lead at first, held on by Raven Kahana over there. Here comes the pitch. There's a chopper to the right side, fielded by the second baseman Barrera. No play at second, has to go to first. So Archibald is out 4-3 on the play. Garrett Myers moves up to second base in scoring position. And with 2 men down, that'll bring up Hayden Gerlach.
First baseman, Hayden Gerlach.
Gerlach out of Parker, Colorado. Big right-handed batter. Here comes the pitch. Popped up. Third base side, going to drift up and out of play. And the count 0-1. Hayden officially 0 for 3 in the first ball game and popped up 3 times in that first game. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Curved ball in for a called strike, and the count quickly 0-2 on the big guy out of Colorado. .64. Strom ready. There's the 0-2 pitch. Curved ball a little bit inside. Count 1-2 now. Should Gerlach get aboard, Riley Higgins would be next. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Curveball hits him. Hit him up on the left shoulder, so the Red Devils now with runners on first and second and 2 men down. And in steps Riley Higgins, who's hitting .369 on the year. Riley, a couple of hits in 4 appearances in the first ball game, and as we mentioned in the pregame show, cut down a runner at the plate, which proved to be very decisive in the outcome. The Red Devils winning 5-4. Runners get their leads at first and second. Strom with a look, another look back at second base. Now ready, here comes the pitch. Fastball up high, and the count is 1 ball. Strom, a 6'6" right-hander out of Puyallup. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Chop to the left side, shortstop. Schubert fields. There's a throw to first in time to get the hustling Riley Higgins, and that'll do it for Lower Columbia here in the bottom half of the first. No runs on no hits, no errors. 2 runners left on base. We've gone 1 complete. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. On to the top half of the second inning. Numbers 6, 7, and 8 hitters to face Cade Crisco, Hudson Bajorek, Josh Swanson, and Jacob Wynn. Bajorek steps in, right-handed batter. Here comes the pitch by Crisco, hit by the mound, headed towards center field, into center field for a base hit. So a leadoff single for Pierce here in the top half of the second, and that'll bring up Josh Swanson, the designated hitter. Swanson made a brief appearance as a pinch hitter in the first ball game. Big, strong right-handed batter. There's a toss over to first base. Bajorek getting back in. Swanson out of Auburn Mountain View High School. Crisco ready. There's the pitch. Lifted in the air, right field. Myers moves back a couple steps, settles under it, makes the catch. Gets the ball back in. So 1 man down here in the top half of the second, and that'll bring up Jacob Wynn, the third baseman.
Third baseman, number 2, Jacob Wynn.
Red Devil pitchers only recorded 1 strikeout in that first ball game. That was by Max Tilton in relief. Don't remember a game here that the Red Devil pitchers had that few strikeouts. Wynn, a .227 hitter coming into today's doubleheader. Crisco ready. There's the first pitch, poured in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. We're in the top half of the second. Pierce leading 1-0. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled over into right center field. Riley Higgins plays well off the line and left. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Curveball drops in nicely for a called strike, and the count quickly 0-2. Taylor Davis playing even with the bag at third. Middle infielders at double play depth. Crisco has a sign he wants, comes to the set position. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball hit right back to the mound. Crisco fields, throws to Conklin, on to first, not quite in time. Good speed up the first base line by Jacob Wynn. He's aboard on a fielder's choice. Bajorek forced at second base.
Center fielder, number 23.
So with 2 men down, that'll bring up the number 9 hitter in the lineup. That's Carter Johnson. .281 hitter on the year is Carter. Crisco ready. There's the pitch, fouled off the catcher, Calavajea. Took me a while to learn how to pronounce Benny's last name. And finally took another Hawaiian, Nick Tabura, to help me out a little bit. Now, Benny is actually from Lacey, but of Hawaiian descent. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Curveball circles just a little bit, stays high, and the count evens up at 1-1 on Carter Johnson. Wynn with a good lead out at first base. Being held on by Hayden Gerlach. There's the next pitch, fastball right at the knees for a called strike. And the count is 1-2. Wynn with no stolen bases on the season. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, popped up and out of play. Up and over the first base grandstand, and the count remains 1-2. Just an absolutely lovely day for baseball here in Longview today. Temperature at first pitch of the first ball game was 59. It felt warmer than that. Got up into the mid-60s late in the game. There's a ball hit out toward the second baseman, Toby Johnson. Fields on one bounce, throws to first in time, and that'll do it for Pierce in the top half of the second. No runs on one hit, no Red Devil errors, one runner left on base. We move to the bottom half of the second. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. Leif Strom continues these warm-up tosses. There's that throw down to second base as we're just about ready to resume play here in the bottom half of the second inning. Red Devils looking to even up this game as they trail 1-0. Pierce plated a run in the top half of the first. Andrew Barrera led off with a double and then scored on a sacrifice fly off the bat of Gunnar Schubert, and that's the only run in the ball game so far. Taylor Davis steps in to face Leif Strom. Here comes the pitch, hit sharply foul. Third base coach Eric Lane got a hand on it and kind of chases it down third base line a ways and throws it back in. Count 0-1 on Taylor, to be followed by Benny Calavajea and Ryan Enquist. Number 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the lineup. There's the next pitch, fouled up and out of play off to the right. And the count quickly 0-2 on Taylor Davis. Young man out of Federal Way. Doubles as a relief pitcher and has been used in closing situations on a number of occasions here so far this year. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Hit down towards shortstop. Schubert fields, throws just in time to get Taylor Davis. Schubert looked like he had a little bit of trouble getting it out of his glove and just does get Taylor Davis by about a half a stride. Score at 6-3, and that'll bring up Benny Calavajea. Calavajea out of Lacey. Average kind of tailed off a little bit here recently, down to 188 on the year. Right-handed batter. There's the pitch, chopped foul behind the plate. And the count is 0-1. Played baseball last year at Washington State. Benny gets back in the batter's box. Strom peers down over his glove to his catcher, Matt Thompson. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. There's a line drive right back up the middle into center field for a base hit. First hit of the ball game for the Red Devils. A sharp single back up the middle by Benny Calavajea. And with one man down, that'll bring up Ryan Enquist, the center fielder. Ryan hitting .226 on the year. Left-handed batter out of Yakima and also a veteran off last year's championship team. Here comes the pitch down low, and the count is 1 ball to Ryan Enquist. Outfield play straight away. Still just really virtually no wind here. Very, very gentle breeze. Not much of a factor at all. There's the next pitch. Fastball tails away. Outside, count 2-0. 306 down the left field line. 342 to left center. 387 to dead center. 354 right center. And 326 right down the right field line. Here comes the 2-0 pitch inside and low. And the count is 3-0 on Ryan Enquist. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Curveball catches the outside edge, and the count is 3-1. Eric Lane flashing signals down past the third base coach's box. Here comes the 3-1 pitch inside, ball 4. So the Red Devils have runners on first and second now with 1 man down. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter in the lineup, Corey Conklin, who had a good first ball game. Couple of hits in 4 appearances for Corey. Left-handed batter out of Corvallis, Oregon. Here comes the pitch. Cued foul behind the plate. Count 0-1. They list Corey at 6'2". He's long and lanky. He looks taller than 6'2". Gets back in the batter's box. Strom looks a couple of times at the runner at second, delivers. There's a pitch down low inside. Conklin had to kind of skip out of the way. Count now 1-1 on Corey. Toby Johnson, the leadoff hitter, is in the on-deck circle. Strom ready. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off to the right of the plate. Corey went after a pitch down low in the strike zone that time. Count now 1-2 on the left-hander. Red Devils all wearing number 42 today in honor of Jackie Robinson. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Down low and away, ball 2. 2-2 the count. Wearing the white pants with the red stripe down the sides and the blue jerseys with the white numerals and lettering. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Chopped foul at the plate. Count remains 2-2. I think that might have gone off perhaps the foot of the catcher, Matt Thompson, as he kind of comes up out of his crouch and takes a couple of steps around the plate. Now he's back down and ready. Runners get their leads at first and second. Strom shakes off a signal from his catcher, Thompson. Now he has the one he wants. There's a fake move back to second base. Calavahea gets back in, no throw. This ball game scheduled for 7 innings. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Curveball chopped up the first base line, fielded by Kahana, who does not succeed in getting the tag on Corey Conklin, who ran by him. And Kevin Davis, the coach for Pierce, is going to come out of the dugout and argue that Conklin went out of the baseline on his way up to first base. Raven Kahana fielded the ball about halfway up the line, right near the line, and tried to put the tag on Conklin. And Kevin Davis motioning that he went out of the baseline, but the home plate umpire, Michael Goebel, made the call and indicated no, he did not get the tag on, and we'll see if he asks for any help, although the base umpire would have been in no position to make the call as he was positioned out near second base. The discussion continues. It's not heated, but Kevin, who had a lot to say in the first ball game, continues the discussion with Michael Goebel, and now he's going to walk away and head back toward the first base dugout. So scored a hit for Corey Conklin. He's aboard. Benny Calavajea moves up to third base on the play. Ryan Enquist to second base. So the Red Devils have the bases loaded with one man down for a mighty good hitter stepping in. That's Toby Johnson, hitting .368 on the year. Middle infielders back, corner infielders up. There's a ground ball down to Kahana at first. Comes to the plate in time to get the runner at the plate. The throw back down to first, not in time to double up Toby Johnson. So Calavajea is out at the plate. Bases remain loaded. Enquist moves up to third base. Corey Conklin at second. And Toby Johnson is at first, aboard on a fielder's choice. And looks like Raven Kahana perhaps has a little bit of an injury, as his head coach is going to make his way out in behind the first base bag out near the outfield grass to check up on him. And I really didn't see what happened to Raven. Fielded the ball cleanly, came home to cut down the runner at the plate. He's going to be okay. Just about ready to resume action here. Red Devils bases loaded, two men down. Looking to cash in here in the bottom half of the second, trailing by a score of 1-0. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for Pierce. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Lower Columbia. With the bases loaded and 2 down, Strom will pitch from the stretch. Here comes the pitch to Garrett Myers, in for a called strike. Breaking ball, and the count quickly 0-1. Garrett walked his first time up. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball, check swing, and they're going to say he went. You probably hear some of the Red Devil fans in the background saying, no way. From my vantage point, it actually did not look like he went. Nonetheless, it's going to be a strike. Count now 0-2 on Garrett. Strom ready. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Curveball, swing and a miss. Strike 3, and that'll do it for the Red Devils. Big strikeout by Leif Strom. For the Red Devils, in the bottom half of the second, no runs on 2 hits, no errors, 3 runners left after 2 complete. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. On to the third inning, and the leadoff hitter for Pierce, Andrew Barrera, will step in to face Cade Crisco. Barrera led off the game with a double and scored the only run as Pierce leads it by a score of 1-0. Corner infielders up on the cut of the grass, middle infielders back deep. Here comes the pitch by Cade Crisco. Check swing on a breaking ball, down low and away. First base umpire says he did not commit, as the Red Devils appealed, and the count quickly 1 ball on Andrew Barrera, to be followed by Dylan Moran and Gunnar Schubert. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Curveball, check swing. This time it costs him a strike as it catches the outside edge, and the count evens up at 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off the catcher's mask. That's Benny Calavajea, and the count 1-2. You're listening to Red Devil Baseball on 1490 KLOG Kelso Longview, KLOG.com, and watching on Devil Vision. We're glad you're with us on ESPN Radio. Here comes the pitch by Cade Crisco. Hit on the ground, right side, right to Toby Johnson. Fields cleanly, throws to first. Man, soft toss. And hustling up that line, Andrew Barrera made it a pretty close play, but he's out 4-3. And with one man down, that'll bring up Dylan Moran. The way Toby threw that ball kind of reminded me of Steve Sachs when he once upon a time played for the Dodgers and developed a case of the yips and couldn't throw the ball to first. There's the next pitch, or first pitch rather, to Dylan Moran, in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Would take a couple of crow hops towards first and double clutch, and there's the next pitch. Fastball just misses. You probably hear some groans from the fans. Count evens up at 1-1 on Dylan Moran. Outfield plays fairly shallow for Moran, who's not a big kid. There's the next pitch, hit right back to the mound. Fielded cleanly by Crisco, who underhands to first in time. And quickly 2 men down here in the top half of the third. Score at 1-3. Good fielding by Cade Crisco. That'll bring up the number 3 hitter in the lineup, Gunnar Schubert. Gunnar with a sacrifice fly back in the first to drive in the only run of the ball game. Crisco ready, delivers, fastball down low and away, and the count is 1 ball. Clouds starting to dissipate a little bit now. Played the first game under filtered sunshine. There's the next pitch, in for a called strike right at the knees. And the count evens up at 1-1. These two teams are going to do it again tomorrow, 1 o'clock up in Tacoma. There's the next pitch, fastball outside, 2-1 the count. If you get a chance, go on up, show some support. Games to be played at Mount Tahoma High School. Two good ball clubs that are going to be right there in the thick of things in the West region. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Lifted in the air, foul, up and out of play, first base side, headed over toward the campus. Count now 2-2 on Schubert. Of course, the Red Devils would like nothing more than to get the doubleheader sweep here today and put pressure on Pierce for tomorrow. A win in the second ball game would keep the Red Devils within 1 game of first. There's a soft line drive headed into center field for a base hit. So Gunnar Schubert with a 2-out single. And that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Matt Thompson. Thompson walked his first time up, .346 hitter on the year.
Number 21, Matt Thompson.
Thompson with 2 singles in 4 appearances in the first ball game. Left fielder Riley Higgins plays just about as deep in left center field as you can play. And Ryan Enquist very deep in center. There's the pitch, swing and a miss, and a fastball. Count 0-1 on Matt Thompson, who had a real rip at it. From Maple Valley, played his high school baseball at Tahoma. There's the next pitch inside. Count 1-1 now on Thompson. Catching both games of the doubleheader for Pierce. He's going to be a tired lad, I'll tell you that. Crisco checks the runner at first. Here comes the pitch. Up high, ball 2, 2-1 the count. on Matt Thompson. Should he get aboard, Raven Kahana is in the on-deck circle. Crisco leans down. Has the sign from his catcher, Benny Calavajea. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss at high heat. And the count evens up at 2-2. Taylor Davis a couple of steps in behind the bag at third. Fairly close, about 4 or 5 feet off the line. Runner at first. Schubert gets his lead. There's the next pitch. Curveball popped up into left field. Has pretty good carry to it. Higgins slips a little bit as he tries to settle under it, but he makes the catch. And that'll do it for Pierce here in the top half of the third. No runs on one hit. No Red Devil errors. One runner left. We move to the bottom half of the third. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. On to the bottom half of the third. Lauren Archibald, the number 3 hitter in the lineup, will step in for the Red Devils. He'll be followed by Hayden Gerlach and Riley Higgins. Leif Strom continuing to throw for the Raiders. Tall right-hander, stands 6'6", working from the center of the pitching rubber. Kind of stands sideways, if you will. Left foot slightly in front of the right foot as he peers down towards his catcher. Here comes the pitch to Archibald inside. Almost picked him off. Almost hit him in the hip. Archibald spins out of the way. And the count is 1 ball to the big left-handed batter out of Renton. Lauren with several Division I offers to consider here for next season. Next pitch down low and inside. 2-0 the count. It's amazing how many players out of the NWAC eventually play down in the Southeast Conference. They recruit this area very heavily. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Right at the knees on the inside edge for a called strike, and the count is 2-1. A couple of years ago, there was a scout from Georgia here, and I'll share the story here in a minute. There's the next pitch, lined over the first baseman's head. Down into the right, along right field. Archibald with a big wide turn at first decides to not take the chance and gets back into first base. So a leadoff single for Lauren Archibald, and that'll bring up Hayden Gerlach. Anyway, the scout was here and was the first one in the ballpark every day of the NWAC tournament, and I swear he was the last one to leave every night. And got a chance to talk to him, and he said, the thing is, you guys up here, your kids play good baseball, he said, in really trying conditions. Here comes the pitch. Fastball up high, and the count is 1-0. It's cold, sideways rain. Air's very, very heavy, and he said a lot of times statistics up here are very, very deceiving, and they translate much better down in the southeast part of the country. There's the next pitch, up high and inside, 2-0 the count. And that probably explains why they should recruit so heavily up here in the Pacific Northwest. And then he went on to say, your guys are just flat tough up here. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, up high, ball 3. So 3 pitches up high to Hayden Gerlach, who's not a short guy at 6'4". And the catcher, Matt Thompson, going to go out and have a chalk with Leif Strom and try to get him dialed back in. Outfield straight away. Thompson back behind the dish. Strom ready. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Inside, ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Hayden Gerlach. And that'll force Lauren Archibald along to second base. And we're going to get a visit to the mound as Kevin Davis, not liking what he's seeing right now, going to go out and have a talk with Leif Strom and try to settle him down. So the Red Devils, who threatened in the bottom half of the second, threatening here in the bottom half of the third. Riley Higgins will be the batter for Lower Columbia, and Riley had a good first ball game, both offensively and defensively. Home plate umpire Michael Goebel going to go out and break up the confab here. Try to get the game moving along. Coach Davis has had his say and now headed back toward the first base dugout.
Next up for the Red Devils.
Pierce won the NWAC championship 2 years ago. Of course, Lower Columbia winning it last year. And Pierce really burst on the scenes about 5 years ago. And they've been a formidable opponent ever since. Higgins steps in against Leif Strom. Strom steps up onto the pitching rubber, peers down to his catcher, Matt Thompson. Archibald with the lead at second. Gerlach with the lead at first. There's a fake move back to second. Archibald gets back. Third baseman Jacob Wynn about a step up on the cut of the artificial turf. First baseman Raven Kahana right on the cut of the turf. See if Riley's bunting here. Taylor Davis swings the bat in the on-deck circle. Slightly open stance for Higgins. Here comes the pitch, squares to bunt, bunts it foul over in front of the Red Devils dugout. Pitch kind of sailed inside on him, and the count is 0-1. Red Devils had a tough time putting down bunts in the first ball game. See if they still have him bunting here with a count of 0-1. Not the fastest guys on the base paths right now in Archibald and Gerlach. Archibald out at second, Gerlach at first. Squares to bunt, bunts it in the air, and a nice diving catch by the third baseman, Jacob Wynn. Wynn was coming full bore in from third base and dove headlong toward home plate and came up with the ball, so the sacrifice fails. And with one man down, that'll bring up Taylor Davis.
Taylor Davis.
Taylor, a right-handed batter, bounced to short his first time up. Short lead out at second by Archibald, held on by the second baseman Barrera. Davis calls time, steps out of the batter's box. Strom has the signing once from his catcher, Matt Thompson. Here comes. Instead, it's a fake move back towards second base, and Archibald, who's only about a step or two off the bag, gets back easily. Boy, they are really working hard out there between the shortstop and the second baseman to keep him extra close. Here comes the pitch. Fastball down low and away. The count 1-ball. Want to know the count on Taylor Davis. Benny Calavahea is on deck. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Hit foul by the diving third baseman. A late call. They call it a foul ball. Took a while for the home plate umpire to make the call. I guess you could say he waited on it well, but some of the fans thought it was a fair ball. 1-1 the count now on Taylor Davis. Runners make their ways back to second and first base respectively. Lauren Archibald and Hayden Gerlach. Left fielder Dylan Moran plays well off the line. Strom ready. Checks the runner at second base. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Chopped foul by Eric Lane down in the third base coach's box. Ball makes its way down toward the left field corner. One and two the count on Taylor Davis. Gets back in, ready. Here comes the 1-2 pitch up very high. Count now 2-2 on Taylor. Gerlach with a lead at first. Archibald right now standing on second. Now steps off. Gets about a 3 or a 4 step lead, but they're short steps. Maybe about 8 feet. Now moves off another step. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Curveball. Ooh, just misses outside. Sharp breaking ball, that time from Leif Strom. And the count runs full now on Taylor Davis. Looks down to his third base coach, Eric Lane. 1 foot out of the box, now gets back in. Now calls time once again. Takes his batting helmet off, adjusts it, puts it back on. Here comes. Instead, a fake move back to second base. Count remains 3-2. Tell you what, Strom, he's ready to pitch. Taylor Davis steps out of the box, now gets back in. Strom back up on top. Strom and Crisco, both fast workers here. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Pitch sharply down to the third baseman, who knocks it down, runs to the bag, gets one out, throws to first, not quite in time. Nice play down there by Jacob Wynn on a hot grounder off the bat of Taylor Davis. So Davis aboard on a fielder's choice. They get Archibald coming down from second base.
The catcher, Benny Calavahea.
And with 2 men down, that'll bring up the catcher, Benny Calavahea. Benny singled his first time up. First and only time up. Here comes the pitch. Fastball hit to the right side. Knocked down by the first baseman, but he's not going to be able to make a play. As it kicks off his glove over towards second base. They're going to rule it an error, rightfully so. So E3, and the Red Devils have the bases loaded with 2 men down. Gerlach is at third base. Davis at second. Calavahea at first, and that'll bring in Ryan Enquist, the center fielder who walked his first time up. Left-handed batter. There's the pitch. Hit right back to the mound, fielded by Strom, who throws to first in time, and that'll do it. So the Red Devils load them up for the second time in 2 innings and also come away scoreless for the second time in 2 innings. No runs on 1 hit. There was 1 error and 3 runners left. We've played 3. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. On to the fourth inning here at David Story Field on the campus of Lower Columbia College in Longview. Sun starting to burn off a lot of the very light cloud cover we had through much of the day. Understand the forecast calls for temperatures in the mid-80s tomorrow. Cade Crisco continues to throw for the Red Devils. He'll face Raven Kahana, Hudson Bajoric, and Josh Swanson. The first pitch to Kahana, hit out towards shortstop. Big bounce, fielded cleanly by Corey Conklin, who throws across in time to get the hustling Raven Kahana. Kahana, big burly kid, but gets up that line pretty well. Score at 6-3. One man quickly down here in the top half of the fourth, and in steps Hudson Bajoric. Singled back in the second and then was forced at second base. Here comes the pitch by Crisco. Poured in there for a strike. Fastball, count quickly 0-1. Bajoric, a .269 hitter on the year with 2 home runs. Here comes the pitch. Check swing, chopped down toward third base. Davis fields, throws to first in time. Quickly 2 men down here in the top of the fourth, and that'll bring up Josh Swanson, the designated hitter. The Red Devils, through 3 innings, have left 7 runners on base. Here comes the pitch, down low and away. They count 1 ball to Josh Swanson. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error for Pierce. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for Lower Columbia. Here comes the pitch. Fastball right at the knees for a called strike, and the count evens up at 1-1. Left fielder Riley Higgins plays deep. In left center field, here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fouled down the right field line, going to drift out of play. Hits the post down the right field line, one of the light posts. And the count now quickly 1-2 on Josh Swanson. Crisco ready. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball down low and away. Count evens up at 2-2. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled over into right center field. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Hit right back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Swanson aboard with a single. Now officially 1 for 2 on the day. And with 2 men down, that'll bring up Jacob Wynn, the third baseman.
Third baseman, number 2, Jacob Wynn.
Jacob aboard on a fielder's choice back in the second inning. Number 8 hitter in the lineup, hitting .227. Here comes the pitch, swing and a miss at high heat. Went for a pitch up around the eyes, and the count quickly 0-1. Win out of Graham Kapowson High School. Here comes the pitch. Fastball just misses down low, and the count is 1-1 on Win. Hayden Gerlach holds the runner aboard at first. That's Josh Swanson. Taylor Davis even with the third base bag. Here comes the pitch. Curveball down low, and the count is 2-1. Crisco much sharper today than he was last weekend when the plate kind of jumped around on him just a little bit. Starting to look like the Cade of last year and the Cade of early this year. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Popped foul down the first base line, going to drift out of play. Hayden Gerlach over to have a look, falls harmlessly in amongst the picnic tables down there. Count remains 2-2 on Jacob Wynn. Crisco ready. Here's a 2-2 pitch, hit down towards shortstop. Conklin goes the long way over to first in time, and that'll do it for Pierce here in the top half of the fourth. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left. We move to the bottom half of the fourth. The score, Pierce 1, Red Devils nothing. We'll be back in 1 minute. Jim DeBruler tag teaming with Kirk Rowland today to bring you Red Devil action on 1490 KLOG Kelso Longview, also coming to you on KLOG.com and Devil Vision. Corey Conklin, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, steps in to face Leif Strom, to be followed by Toby Johnson and Garrett Myers. Conklin, left-handed batter. Strom ready. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and fouled right back into the catcher, who's taken a little bit of a beating back there here so far the last couple of innings. Conklin asks him if he's okay. 0-1 the count on Corey. Red Devils have had their chances the last 2 innings. They've loaded them up and have not been able to cash in. They trail 1-0 here in the bottom of the fourth. There's a ground ball to the right side. Andrew Barrera fields cleanly, throws to Raven Havana, and they get the hustling Corey Conklin. 1 man down here in the bottom half of the fourth in a game scheduled for 7. And we go back to the top of the order for Toby Johnson. Toby officially 0 for 2 here in the second ball game. Bounced back to the mound and hit into a fielder's choice, left-handed batter. Here comes the pitch. Ground ball right back to the mound again. That's the second time he's done it. Underhanded toss over to Kahana in time. And quickly, 2 men down here in the top half of the fourth. So after struggling through the last couple of innings, Strom needed an easy inning, and at least through 2 outs here so far, he's got it. With 2 men down, Garrett Myers steps in. Here comes the pitch. Fastball chopped left side of the infield. Going to be a tough play. The shortstop. Fields throws to first. Not going to be in time. It was a little bit up the line. They're going to give him an infield hit. The throw was a little bit wide, but very, very tough play for Schubert, who had to range to his right and most likely would not have been able to get the hustling Garrett Myers. So Myers aboard with a 2-out single, and in steps Lauren Archibald. Archibald 1 for 2 on the afternoon, at least in the second ball game. Was 0 for 4 in the first ball game. Here's the pitch. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Hooking foul. Did not have home run depth. Got it off the end of the bat. When it first left the bat, looked like it was going to have a lot more carry. Count 0-1 on Lauren. Just a matter of time before this big guy gets into one and rips it out of here. He does have a home run on the year. Runner from first goes. Pitch taken for a ball. Throw down to second base. Not in time. Myers in with a stolen base. Moves into scoring position, and that pitch was actually called a strike. So the count 0-2 on Archibald now, with Myers in scoring position at second. Some of the Pierce fans did not like the call. Maybe hear them groaning in the background. Strom ready. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Archibald. Check swing on a breaking ball. Takes it for a ball down low. And the count is 1-2. Good discipline that time by Lauren Archibald. One and two on the big left-hander out of Renton. Pounds the bat off the plate. Takes a couple of practice cuts. Strom ready. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball down and low and inside. Good stop by the catcher, Matt Thompson, to keep that ball from coming to the backstop. Strom has a real sharp breaking ball. Shortstop Gunnar Schubert going to come in and have a word with his pitcher. Gives him a pat on the thigh and now heads back out to shortstop. Archibald reaches down with the right hand, rubs his hand in the dirt. Now gets back in. Strom ready. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fouled. Up and over the third base grandstand. Good job of protecting the plate that time by Archibald just to get the bat on the ball. Lauren looks like he's dropped maybe 10 pounds or so from last year. He looks to be in really good shape this year. Here's the 2-2 pitch, up high, ball 3. Count runs full on the big guy. Once again, Archibald reaches down with the right hand and puts his hand in the dirt. Gets back in the batter's box. Strom ready. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Curveball. Fouled. Up and out of play over the Red Devil dugout. Count remains full. Strom, very quick worker. As the Red Devil batters get in, it looks like they'd like to take a couple of practice cuts, and he's not having anything to do with it. He is ready to pitch the ball. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Curveball. Down low inside, ball 4. Good at bat by Lauren Archibald as he draws the base on balls. And in steps Hayden Gerlach. Hayden is due. On the season, a .311 hitter. Hit by a pitch first time up, walked second time up. Here comes the pitch. Down low, ball 1. Hayden was hitless in the first game. Did have a base on balls in there mixed in, but officially 0 for 3. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Check swing. See if he went for it. Home plate umpire steps out and asks for some help, and the base umpire says yes, he did. That's Scott Golke on the bases. Probably hear some of the Red Devil faithful not real happy. Now the base umpire wants to take a look at the baseball, so he asks the pitcher, Leif Strom. Looks at it, rubs it up a little bit, hands it back to him. 1-1 the count on Hayden Gerlach. Garrett Myers, the runner at second. Lauren Archibald, the runner at first. Strom ready. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Gerlach. Swung on and fouled at the plate. Pitch might have been just a little bit outside, and the count now 1-2 on the big kid from Parker, Colorado. The Red Devils have threatened in 3 straight innings. They loaded them up in the second and third, and they've got 2 runners aboard here in the 4th. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Curveball stays high. Gerlach kind of leans away from it, and the count now evens up at 2-2. Outfield plays him straight away. Strom ready. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball down low and away. Once again, a good stop by Matt Thompson, who has to scramble out to the right of the plate. And the count runs full. Now the second baseman, Andrew Barrera, is going to come in and have a chat with Leif Strom. Nobody warming up in either bullpen. Barrera makes his way back out towards second base. The runners will be off with the pitch. Gerlach steps back into the batter's box. Here comes the instead it's a fake move back towards second base once again. We've seen that several times here today. Strom leans down to his catcher, Matt Thompson, and has the sign he wants. Here comes the payoff pitch. Down low and away, ball 4. So for the 3rd inning in a row, the Red Devils load the bases. And at some point, you've got to cash in. In steps Riley Higgins. Riley 0 for 2 here in the second ball game. 2 for 4 in the first ball game. And on the season, a .369 hitter. Got a conference out on the mound as the middle infielders and the catcher join Leif Strom. They all make their way back to their respective positions now. So Riley Higgins with a chance to drive in at least 1 run and get this game even, if not more. The runners all get their leads. Garrett Myers at 3rd, Lauren Archibald at 2nd, and Hayden Gerlach at 1st. The first pitch down low, ball 1. 1-0 the count on Riley Higgins. Riley out of Covington was an outstanding running back on the high school football team up there. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Popped up on the infield. Second baseman Barrera comes in and makes the catch. And once again, the Red Devils have been turned away after loading the bases. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 3 runners left. We've played 4. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. On to the 5th in a game scheduled for 7. Pierce continues to lead it 1-0 over the Red Devils. 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error for Pierce. No runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Red Devils. The Red Devils have left 9 runners stranded in the last 3 innings. They've left 10 stranded through 4 innings. So it's not as though they have not had their chances. Crisco to work against Carter Johnson, the number 9 hitter in the lineup. The first pitch in for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Third baseman Taylor Davis plays in about a step up onto the artificial turf. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Slow breaking ball. Nicely thrown for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. Johnson steps out of the batter's box, takes a practice cut. Now gets back in. Right-handed batter, slightly open stance. Here comes the pitch. Fastball down low and away. Good waste pitch by Cade. Count now 1-2. Johnson to be followed by Andrew Barrera, the leadoff hitter, and Dylan Moran. Crisco continuing to work quickly. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Curveball swung on a miss. Dropped by the catcher, Kalavai-Hea. Picks it up and low throw to first, and it bounces in the dirt. And Gerlach cannot handle it. So it's a strikeout and an error. My, oh my. First strikeout for... So it'll be an error on the catcher, Kalavai-Hea. So Johnson aboard here to lead things off here in the top half of the 5th. Kind of an uncharacteristic error on the part of a Lower Columbia catcher. There's a Snap throw over to first base. Johnson dives back in just ahead of the throw. So both sides now with one error in the ball game. Barrera with a double and has scored the only run of the ball game for Pierce. They lead 1-0 here in the fifth. Once again, a throw over to first base. Once again, Johnson dives back in. This time gets back in easily. Eddie Smith going to make his way out to the mound and have a visit with his pitcher, Crisco. If you've been over here to the stadium, you know that Eddie's walks to the mound are very slow. The entire infield, along with the catcher, Benny Calavejea, going to join him on the mound right now as they're going to, right now, pretty much, I think, just setting the defense. One run, 4 hits, 1 error for Pierce. No runs, 4 hits, 1 error for Lower Columbia. Both teams now tied for second place in the West Region, a game behind Tacoma. The visit is over as Coach Smith makes his way back toward the third base dugout. Barrera gets back in the batter's box. Crisco ready. Here comes the pitch. Popped up, first base side. Gerlach over. Makes the catch just past the Pierce dugout. So a tough out there. And that is the first out here in the top half of the fifth. And that'll bring up Dylan Moran. Moran has bounced back to the mound twice here in the second ball game. Was 2 for 5 in the first ball game. Little left-handed batter out of Bonnie Lake. There's the pitch. Bunted up the first base line. Going to be a tough play. Fielded by Gerlach. Throws to the second baseman Johnson in time. Nice defensive play that time by the Red Devils. Wasn't sure if Johnson was going to be able to get there in time to beat the hustling Dylan Moran, but it is an out. Score a 3-4 covering. And with 2 men down, that'll bring up Gunnar Schubert. On the play, Carter Johnson moves into second base. So he's in scoring position. We got a dangerous hitter coming up in Gunnar Schubert with 2 men down. Schubert with a sacrifice fly, driving home the only run of the game and a single. So officially 1 for 1 here in the nightcap of the doubleheader. Was 3 for 4 in the first ball game. Here comes the pitch by Crisco. Poured in at the knees for a called strike, and the count quickly 0-1 on Schubert. Matt Thompson in the on-deck circle for Pierce. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled a little bit over into right center field. Crisco ready. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball in for a called strike. Count 0-2. Crisco mixing up his pitches beautifully here in the nightcap of the doubleheader. Once again, if you didn't hear, the Mariners won today. That's 3 in a row now for the Mariners. And 2 straight over the Yankees as they downed the Yankees 3-2 with Felix Hernandez, the winning pitcher today. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Slow curveball. Popped in the air. First base side going to fall into the picnic area. And the count remains 0-2 on Schubert, who just kind of flipped the bat out there to try to protect the plate. So he has life. And with 2 strikes, we'll get back in the batter's box. Gets his grip on his bat, gets in, takes a couple of practice cuts. Now ready. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball just a little bit low. 1-2 the count on Schubert. Red Devils are in action next Saturday, a doubleheader against Green River right here at Story Field. Of course, they got the doubleheader tomorrow up in the Tacoma area against these same Pierce Raiders. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Curveball just a little bit outside. thrown right to where Benny Calavajea was set up, trying to get Schubert to chase it. No such luck. 2-2 the count on Schubert. Once again, Crisco has a signing once. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. There's a soft liner into center field. Center fielder man, that ball had more carry than I thought. As Enquist has to kind of hustle back on it, make a jump and catch the ball. And that'll do it for Pierce here in the top half of the fifth. No runs on no hits. There was one error, one runner left. And as we move to the bottom half of the fifth, the score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. We'll be back in 1 minute. Blake Strom takes his final warm-up toss, and we're just about ready to begin play here in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Red Devils trailing Pierce by a score of 1-0. Taylor Davis to lead it off against Strom, to be followed by Benny Calavajea and Ryan Enquist. Taylor bounced to short and reached on a fielder's choice in his 2 plate appearances here in the nightcap. Here comes the pitch. There's a line drive headed into center field, but the center fielder playing it perfectly. Carter Johnson slides a few steps to his right and hauls it in. Davis got good wood on it, but right at the center fielder. So one man quickly down here in the bottom half of the fifth, and in steps Benny Calavajea. Benny 1 for 2 here in the nightcap, has been aboard twice, singled in the first and reached on an error, or excuse me, singled in the second and reached on an error in the third. First pitch out of the strike zone for a ball, count 1-0. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, chopped foul down the third base line past Eric Lane, and the count 1-1. Nice job in relief by Max Tilton, the Mark Morris grad here in the first ball game today. He comes away with the win. There's a pitch grounded down towards shortstop, fielded by Schubert. A long throw across, and it is in time. Nice stretch that time by Raven Kahana at first base, as he had to do the splits on that to take the low throw kind of up the first base line just a little bit. So 2 men down quickly. And that'll bring up Ryan Enquist. Ryan drew a base on balls in the second, bounced back to the mound in the third. First pitch in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. The next pitch in there for a called strike, count quickly 0-2. Ryan hitting .226 on the year. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll do it for the Red Devils here in the bottom of the fifth. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We've played 5. The score, Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. Ready to move on to the top half of the 6th inning here at David Story Field. Pierce continues to lead Lower Columbia by a score of 1-0. Cade Crisco continues to pitch for the Red Devils. He'll face the numbers 4, 5, and 6 hitters for Pierce here in the persons of Matt Thompson, Raven Kahana, and Hudson Bajorek. Here comes the pitch. In for a called strike, breaking ball, and the count quickly 0-1 on Matt Thompson. Crisco ready. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball hit sharply off the glove of Taylor Davis down at third base. That ball was really ripped. We'll see how they score it. The discussion continues down on the other end of the press box. That's where all the guys make the big bucks. Still trying to decide just what to call it. They're going to give him a hit, and I think that is, in fact, the right call. So a single for Matt Thompson leading off the top half of the 6th, and that'll bring up Raven Kahana. Here comes the pitch. Fastball right at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Thompson over at first base, takes a couple of steps off the bag, being held by Hayden Gerlach. Crisco ready. Here comes the pitch. Fastball lined into left field over the shortstop Conklin. So 2 hits in a row, 2 sharply hit balls in a row. So Kahana is aboard at first. On the play, Matt Thompson moves up to second. And that'll bring up Hudson Bajorek, who singled back in the second and bounced to third in the 4th. So we'll see how Pierce plays it now. Taylor Davis certainly expecting the bunt as he is up on the cut of the grass at third. Runners get their lead at first and second base. There's a fake back toward second base. Thompson gets back. Back in the box. Crisco ready. Once again, a fake throw back towards second base. Nobody really covering, and Eddie Smith is going to go out and have a visit out on the mound once again. So Eddie making his way out toward the mound, and once again the entire infield is going to pull in. And again, this may be as much about trying to set the defense as it is to find out if Crisco's got anything left and to perhaps settle him down. Oh, Cade, pretty cool customer out there. Visit continues. Still virtually no wind here in Longview, which is really uncharacteristic. Usually about this time of the day, the wind is whistling in over the left field fence. But very, very, very gentle breeze all day long, and absolutely no factor whatsoever. The visit is over as Eddie makes his way back toward the third base coach's dugout. Bajorek on the year, a .269 hitter. Now Kevin Davis, his coach, going to have a little visit with him off to the right of home plate. Matt Thompson, the runner at second base, was kind of making his way toward the first base dugout as though they were going to have a huddle up, but turns around and makes his way back out to second. Crisco ready. Bajorek in the box. Nobody down, 2 runners aboard. Here comes the pitch. Curveball, bunted up the third base side. Picked up by the catcher. Kalavihea throws to first in time. Nice job down there by Toby Johnson, the second baseman, to stretch and keep that throw from going out into right field. So the sacrifice is successful. Score at 2-4 covering. On the play, Matt Thompson moves up to third base, and Raven Kahana moves into second base. So 2 runners in scoring position, And in steps Josh Swanson, the designated hitter. Swanson, big, strong, right-handed batter. Outfield shades him a little bit to the right. Here comes the pitch, curveball, drops in nicely for a strike, and the count is 0-1. Swanson built like a linebacker. Crisco has a sign he wants, pitching from the stretch. There's the next pitch, curveball. Outside and a little bit low. The count evens up at 1-1. Infield plays in to try to cut down the run at the plate. Calavajea flashes the signs out to Crisco, who has the one he wants. Here's the 1-1 pitch, fastball, just a little bit low. And the count now 2-1. Jacob Wynn, the number 8 hitter, is in the on-deck circle. Close ball game like this, Red Devils can't afford to give up any more runs. Once again, Crisco ready from the stretch, curveball. This time stays a little high, and the count now 3-1. Nobody warming up in the Red Devils bullpen. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. Curveball lifted in the air, left field. This may be deep enough. Higgins makes the catch. Here comes a throw to the plate, and it is not going to be in time. Strong throw by Riley, but coming in to score from third base is Matt Thompson on the sacrifice fly off the bat of Josh Swanson. On the play, the runner Kahana stays at second base. So Pierce now leads it by a score of 2-0. They make the appeal over to third base. The home plate umpire says he did not leave early. So Pierce tacks on a run here in the top half of the 6th in a ball game scheduled for 7, and they now lead it by a score of 2-0. In steps Jacob Wynn. 0 for 2 here in the nightcap. Here comes the pitch, fastball, poured in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. You're listening to Red Devil Baseball on 1490, KLOG Kelso Longview, KLOG.com, and you're watching on Devil Vision. Here comes the pitch, curveball, down low in the dirt, good stop by Calavajea, and the count evens up at 1-1 on Jacob Wynn. We knew these were going to be good ball games today, and they have been just that. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, down low, ball 2, 2-1 the count. If you're wondering, the Red Devils will start off with Corey Conklin, Toby Johnson, and Garrett Myers in the bottom half of the 6th. But right now, they got to get out of the top half of the 6th. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, up high. Wynn kind of spins away from it. That was an off-speed pitch. And the count is 3-1. Going to get some activity down in the bullpen. Trevor Huddleston going down to warm up for the Red Devils. Here comes the pitch. Curveball just outside, just missed. And Wynn is aboard with a base on balls. That'll bring up the number 9 hitter in the lineup, Carter Johnson. Carter looking for his first hit in the nightcap. Last time up, struck out, but managed to get aboard as the catcher dropped the ball and threw wild down to first base. Crisco ready. Here comes the pitch. Fouled. Up and over the grandstand on the first base side. Count 0-1 on Carter Johnson. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Curveball drops in nicely for a called strike, and the count is 0-2. Crisco ahead in the count. Leans down to his catcher, Calavajea. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Curveball. Popped up and out of play. First base side. Count remains 0-2. Once again, Crisco has the sign he wants from Calavajea. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fouled right back into the screen right in front of me. So Johnson making it tough on Crisco. Count remains 0-2. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled way over into right center field. Right fielder Myers, shallow. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Curveball lifted into left center field. Higgins giving chase. Comes in and makes the catch. That'll do it for Pierce here in the top half of the sixth. But they come up with 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors. And there was 2 runners, left on base. The scores, we move to the bottom half of the sixth. Pierce 1, Lower Columbia nothing. We'll be back in 1 minute. On to the bottom half of the sixth in a ball game scheduled for 7. Time starting to draw a little bit short for the Red Devils as they're down by 2 2-0. They'll lead it off with Corey Conklin, the number 9 hitter in the lineup, to be followed by Toby Johnson and Garrett Myers. Corey's had a good day today. Had a couple of hits in the first ball game, 1 for 2 here in the nightcap. Here comes the pitch, a little bit outside, ball 1. Count 1-0 on Corey Conklin. Left-hander back in the box. Here comes a pitch. Grounded toward the right side. Andrew Barrera fields and throws. Almost a wild throw. Almost pulled Raven Cavana off the bag. But they do record the out. So Conklin out 4-3. And with 1 man down, we'll go back to the top of the order for Toby Johnson. Toby looking for his first hit here in the nightcap. Was officially 1 for 3 in the first game of the doubleheader today. Kid played his high school baseball at WF West in Chehalis. There's a swing and a miss. Had a ball down low and away. And the count is 0-1. Toby left-handed batter. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Man, he had a rip. And the count quickly 0-2. Strom ready. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Down low. Ball 1. 1-2 the count. Red Devils have had their chances. They loaded the bases in 3 consecutive innings, but came up empty. There's the pitch. There's a line drive headed into right field for a base hit. Good 2-strike hitting by Toby Johnson, who's aboard. With 1 man down, that'll bring up Garrett Myers.
Right fielder, Garrett Myers.
Garrett, 1 for 2 officially here. Walked in the first, struck out in the second. There's a pitch chopped by the third baseman, just foul by about a foot at the most by the diving third baseman Jacob Wynn. Once again, Eddie Smith is out of the box, kind of asking a little bit of home plate umpire Michael Goebel as to what he saw. Eddie thought maybe it was a fair ball, as did some of the Lower Columbia fans. Myers Back in. 0-1 the count. Strom has the sign he wants. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Fastball right on the outside edge for a called strike, and the count quickly 0-2 on Garrett. Well, Toby Johnson did good two-strike hitting. Let's see if Garrett can do the same. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Popped up, out of play. Over the first base grandstand, and the count remains 0-2. Lauren Archibald on deck. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Grounded weakly toward the right side. Barrera fields, goes to second for one. To throw back to first, not quite in time. They do record the out at second base. And now the home plate umpire is going to step out and overrule the base umpire and say they got him at first. So a 4-6-3 twin killing. And Eddie Smith once again is going to go out and have a discussion with the umpires, as not very happy on that call. So the Red Devils are turned away here in the top half or bottom half of the sixth. No runs on one hit, no errors, nobody left. We've completed 6 in a ball game scheduled for 7. The score, Pierce 2, Lower Columbia nothing. Back in 1 minute. So the official ruling on that double play is that the runner, Toby Johnson, moving from first to second, went out of the base path. And interference was the call, so the double play, that's how that came about. Trevor Huddleston is the new pitcher for the Red Devils, a left-hander out of Woodland. Of course, the Huddleston family pretty prominent in Woodland High School athletics down there. Trevor, a left-hander, no record on the year, and an earned run average of 1.42. He'll face Andrew Barrera, so the top third of the lineup to face Trevor here as we begin play in the top half of the 7th in a game scheduled for 7. Huddleston ready. The left-hander ready. Here comes the pitch. Fastball just a little bit low, and the count is 1 ball on Andrew Barrera. 1 for 3 in the second ball game. Out of Kent Ridge High School in Kent. Next pitch, fastball up high, and the count 2-0. It'll be followed by Dylan Moran and Gunnar Schubert. Huddleston ready. Leans down to his catcher, has the sign he wants. The pitch up a little bit high, ball 3. 3-0 the count on Barrera, and you certainly don't want to walk the leadoff hitter. Wind starting to pick up a little bit here at Story Field. Blowing from right to left. There's the next pitch in for a called strike, and the count is 3-1. Huddleston ready, the 3-1 pitch. Up high, ball 4. So a leadoff base on balls to Andrew Barrera. And that'll bring up Dylan Moran. Moran has bounced back to the mound twice. And bounced to the first baseman. Second baseman covering. Moran, left-handed batter. Third baseman Taylor Davis up on the cut of the grass. There's the pitch. Outside, ball one. Benny Calavaya going to go out and have a little talk with Trevor Huddleston and try to get him dialed in here, as 4 of the 5 pitches he's thrown have been balls. Once again, the Red Devils all wearing the number 42 here this afternoon in honor of Jackie Robinson. Calavahaya back behind the plate. Huddleston has a sign he wants. Comes set. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. In there for a called strike. Cut the outside edge. And the count now 1-1. Trevor's pitched 6 1/3 innings on the season. There's a toss over to first base. Barrera gets back standing. Left fielder Riley Higgins plays quite shallow. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled a few steps over into left. Barrera fakes going at first. There's the pitch up high. Count now 2-1. Nobody throwing in either bullpen. We're in the top half of the 7th in a ball game scheduled for 7. In case you missed it, the Red Devils won the first ball game today 5-4. There's the pitch, bunted up the first base line. Nice bunt fielded by Gerlach. Underhanded toss to Toby Johnson in time to get the hustling Dylan Moran. So a sacrifice bunt. Score 3-4 covering. On the play, Barrera moves to second base. And that'll bring in Gunnar Schubert.
Shortstop, number 8, Gunnar Schubert.
Very dangerous hitter. Huddleston taking plenty of time between pitches. Here comes the pitch. Fastball poured in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Higgins moves back fairly deep into left center, the left fielder. There's the next pitch, a breaking ball down low. Good stop by Benny Calavahia. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for Pierce. No runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Lower Columbia. The winner of this game will take sole possession of second place in the West region. Here comes a 1-1 pitch. Right at the knees for a called strike. Nice pitch by Trevor. And the count is 1-2. Ryan Enquist, the center fielder, pulled a few steps into right center. Huddleston ready, checks the runner at second. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball, stays outside. And the count goes 2-2. Schubert back in the box. Takes a couple of practice cuts. Right-handed batter ready. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Lifted in the air, deep left field. Higgins going back on the ball, near the fence, makes the catch right on the warning track. And on the play, Barrera will tag and scoot on into third base. Ball had some pretty good carry to it. Riley had to make an adjustment on the ball, made the catch right back on the warning track, close to the fence. So a long out off the bat of Schubert. And with 2 men down, that'll bring in the cleanup hitter, Matt Thompson. Thompson officially 1 for 2 here in the second ball game this afternoon. Was 2 for 4 in the first ball game. .346 hitter on the year. Here comes the pitch. Fastball down low. Good stop by Calavahea. Huddleston pitching from the stretch with the runner on third and 2 men down. Taylor Davis playing fairly deep at third. Conklin deep at short. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. A little bit high. Ball 2. 2-0 the count. Now they're just going to put him on. Calavahea holds out his right hand and says, let's just throw a couple wide ones here. Not a bad move. You've got Raven Kahana in the on-deck circle, who's 1 for 3 in the nightcap. There's ball 4. Was 0 for 4 in the first ball game, so 1 for 7 on the day. So runners on first and third now with 2 men down. The intentional base on balls. Kahana, a burly right-handed batter. Out of Campbell, Hawaii. Campbell High School in Hawaii. Here comes the pitch. Fastball down low. 1-0 the count on Kahana. Should he get aboard? Hudson Biorik is in the on-deck circle. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fastball a little bit low, ball 2. 2-0 the count. Huddleston going to take a walk off the back slope of the mound out onto the artificial turf, rub up the baseball just a little bit, kind of gather his thoughts. Sure, a little bit nervous. Only pitched 6 innings on the year in a key game here. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Popped up, right side, maybe playable. Gerlach makes his way in foul territory and makes the catch. So Trevor Huddleston wiggles off the hook, and he's going to go out and give a high five to Hayden Gerlach. For Pierce, in the top half of the 7th, no runs on no hits, no Red Devil errors, 2 runners left. We move to the bottom half of the 7th. Last chance for the Red Devils. They trail 2-0 back in 1 minute. Do or die time for the Red Devils. Move on to the bottom half of the 7th in a 7-inning ball game, and they trail by a score of 2-0 to the Pierce Raiders. And you've certainly got that part of the lineup that you'd like to have coming up. Numbers 3, 4, and 5 hitters: Lauren Archibald, Hayden Gerlach, and Riley Higgins. Archibald is officially 1 for 2 here in the nightcap. A single, a base on balls, and he bounced to second. Big left-handed batter out of Renton, ready. And here comes the pitch by Strom, fouled up and out of play off the third base side, and they count quickly 1 strike on Lauren Archibald. Third baseman Jacob Wynn plays about 5-6 feet off the bag, even with the bag. Outfield pretty much straight away. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, down low and away, 1-1 the count. Nobody throwing in the Pierce bullpen. And just in case we should come back and tie this thing up, nobody throwing in the Red Devil bullpen. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Fastball forward in there for a called strike. Count 1 and 2. Good movement on that fastball from Leif Strom. Archibald steps out of the batter's box, now gets back in, taps the plate. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Inside and low. Count evens up at 2-2 on the big guy. Strom peers down to Matt Thompson. He's ready. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. There's a ball hit back up the middle, knocked down by the second baseman, but it's going to make its way into the outfield. Archibald with a big turn at first will make his way back. So a single off the bat of Lauren Archibald to lead things off here. Good hustle by the second baseman Barrera to make a diving attempt at it, knock it down, but it still made its way onto the outfield turf. And in steps Hayden Gerlach, the cleanup hitter, who is due. Matt Thompson, the catcher, are going to go out and have a quick chat with his pitcher, Leif Strom. Strom at 5'11", or excuse me, Thompson at 5'11", Strom at 6'6". The visit is over. Thompson going to make his way back behind the plate.
Next up for the Red Devils, first baseman, Hayden Gerlach.
Gerlach, a big right-handed batter, and what a time to get into one here, huh? One home run on the year, and that was back early in the year over in Spokane. But this is a good-sized young man who certainly has the ability to drive the ball out of here. Archibald with a short lead at first. The first pitch is in there for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Hayden's parents, missionaries, and are in attendance here today. Here we go, the next pitch. There's a drive to deep left field. Could it be? Gone! Home run! Just inside the foul pole down the left field line. Well out of here. And Hayden Gerlach hits a 2-run home run in the bottom half of the 7th to tie this game up. You knew he was due not only for another home run, but he was due on the afternoon, and the big guy comes through. A 2-run home run for Hayden Gerlach, and we're tied up here in the bottom half of the 7th. We had to wait on it. It was just fair down the left field line. And after a couple of sharply hit ground balls down the third base line that didn't go the way of the Red Devils, this one, the long ball, does. And we're all tied up at 2, and we're going to have a pitching change. So we're in the bottom of the 7th, the 2-run home run off the bat of Hayden Gerlach, and we'll take a 1-minute break, and we'll be back to tell you about the new pitcher for the Pierce Raiders. The new pitcher for the Pierce Raiders is Tyler Fujimoto. Tyler is a right-hander. On the year, statistically, he is the best pitcher, although he's not pitched very much. He has an earned run average of 0.00. He has appeared in 1 game and pitched a total of 1 inning with 1 strikeout. So, not much game experience, at least not much NWAC experience for Tyler Fujimoto, but he is in the ball game. He comes in now with the bases empty following the 2-run blast off the bat of Hayden Gerlach, and we are now tied at 2 here in the bottom half of the 7th. 2 runs on 7 hits, 1 error for the Red Devils. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Pierce Raiders. And man, wouldn't it be something if the Red Devils can come back and win this thing here in the bottom half of the 7th and move into sole possession of second place in the West region. And they got the hitters coming up to do it. Riley Higgins will face Fujimoto. And Riley's had a pretty darn good day today. Although most of those hits in the first ball game. Here in the nightcap, he's bounced to shortstop. He has popped to third and popped to second. That pop to third was on an attempted bunt. Fujimoto is a 5'11" right-hander, another player out of Hawaii. They've got several players from Hawaii on this Pierce roster. Tell you what, though, the names on this Pierce roster not quite as tough as they have been in past years. Boy, they've had some doozies. Fujimoto steps back off the backside of the mound, kind of kneels down a little bit as if to offer a prayer, and now makes his way up on top of the pitching rubber. And I'm sure this is a young guy that's probably a little bit nervous. Only 1 inning under his belt in a big game. There's a pitch to Riley Higgins, poured in there for a called strike right at the knees, and the count is 0-1 on Riley Higgins. Fujimoto ready. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. That one, oh man, that was a low strike called. Maybe could hear some of the Lower Columbia fans groaning on that one. 0-2 the count on Riley, who shows no facial expression whatsoever. Just gets out of the box, now gets back in. There's a pitch. There's a soft liner hit it in the right center field, in for a base hit. So Riley Higgins, good 2-strike hitting, is aboard. And Riley, with outstanding running speed, is a definite threat to steal at first base. So let's see how they play it here. Taylor Davis is the batter. Taylor looking for his first hit here in the nightcap. Last time up, hit the ball hard, but right at the left fielder. So let's see if they try to lay down the bunt or if they maybe try to steal him and then bunt him to third. Fujimoto will pitch from the stretch now. The right-hander working from the first base snap, throw to first, and Higgins does just get back in. Good quick move by Fujimoto. Higgins, not too big a lead over at first. Fujimoto ready. Davis squares to bunt. Good bunt. Third base side. Fielded by Fujimoto. Has a look to second. Throws low to first. But a good stop down there by the first baseman, Raven Kahana. So the sacrifice successful. Nice bunt. Score at 1-3. So Higgins, with good running speed, is aboard at second base in scoring position, and he can score on just about any hit to the outfield. That brings up Benny Kalavahea. Benny 1 for 3 on the afternoon. At a Timberline High School in Lacey. Kind of takes his time, working his way into the right-handed batter's box. Boy, it's just been a great day of baseball here today at Lower Columbia. Fujimoto is, they're going to put him aboard. Catcher Matt Thompson holds a hand up out to the right. They're going to put him aboard and look to try to get the double play and get out of this thing. Probably a smart move on the part of the Pierce head coach Kevin Davis. That's ball 2. We're going to get some action down in the Red Devil bullpen now.
Taylor Davis.
Taylor Davis going to go down and warm up after he just laid down that sacrifice bunt. Nice to have a couple of red-shirting Red Devils up here in the press box to kind of help us out. Jared Aiken working to my left, a pitcher, rehabbing, pitch next year, and JT Strickler down keeping the score clock. Here's ball 4. Bahia makes his way on down to first base, so runners on first and second.
Next up for the Red Devils, center fielder Ryan Enquist.
And in steps Ryan Enquist, and Ryan is due. 1 for 4 in the first ball game, 0 for 2 here in a nightcap. Left-handed batter out of Yakima. Outfield play straight away, medium depth. Fujimoto peers down to his catcher, Thompson. Slightly open stance for Enquist. First pitch, breaking ball, in for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. With so few innings pitched, and yet the confidence that Kevin Davis has placed in Fujimoto, you kind of wonder if maybe he wasn't injured through the first part of the year. It looks like he's got pretty good stuff. Got a good breaking ball, to be sure. Timeout call by Ryan Enquist. Steps out of the batter's box. Now gets back in. 0-1 the count. Corey Conklin swinging the bat in the on-deck circle. Fujimoto checks the runner at second. Here comes the pitch. Fastball right on the outside edge for a called strike. Count 0-2. Probably hear some of the Red Devil fans grumbling. They thought that was outside. Enquist got to be a good defensive hitter now. Down in the hole, 0-2. Fujimoto checks the runner at second. Checks again. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. This one down low and away. Ball 1. 1-2 the count. Catcher Matt Thompson had to slide out to his left quickly to flag that ball down in the dirt. And they throw the ball out of play. Red Devils looking to win it here in the bottom of the 7th. They've tied it up 2-2. The home run off the bat of Hayden Gerlach. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fouled right at the plate. The catcher Thompson couldn't hold on to it. Man, that was a big breaking ball. Fujimoto ready. Comes to the set position. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. There's a check swing looper headed into left field, falling fast. It falls in, but they're going to possibly have a play at third. They do, and no fault to the runner there at all. On the play, Riley Higgins at second base had to hold up to see if that ball was going to be caught, as it looked like the left fielder Dylan Moran might have had a chance. And it fell right in front of him, and Riley had no chance whatsoever to get into third. So
The shortstop, Corey.
Kalavahea moves from first to second. So officially a fielder's choice on that, correct? Double check on that. Conklin steps in with 2 men down. Left-handed batter. There's the pitch. Down low and away. Fujimoto ready. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Conklin. Breaking ball down low in the dirt. Catcher can't find it, and the runners are going to be able to move up. So Kalavahea moves into third. Enquist moves into second. Four hits in the inning for the Red Devils. 2-0 the count on Corey Conklin, kid out of Corvallis, Oregon. Bat starting to come around for Corey. Certainly a good fielding shortstop. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Breaking ball is in there nicely for a called strike. Count 2-1. Fujimoto, good confidence in that breaking ball. Right-hander ready. Has a sign he wants. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Lifted in the air, left field. Left fielder Moran chases it down the left field line. Nice running catch just in foul territory. And that'll do it for the Red Devils here in the bottom of the 7th, but they come up with 2 runs on 4 hits. The big hit being the 2-run blast off the bat of Hayden Gerlach. There were no errors and 2 runners left on We'll play extra frames. We've gone 7. We're tied 2-2. Back in 1 minute. New pitcher for the Red Devils as we move on to the 8th inning. Taylor Davis, who started the ball game at third base, is going to come in and pitch, as he's done many times on the year. Taylor with a record of 1-2 on the season, 2.29 earned run average. He's pitched in 15 2/3 innings. He's given up 19 hits, 12 strikeouts, and 6 bases on balls. He'll face the numbers 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the lineup, and Steve Robinson is in the ball game now at third base, and he'll come in place of Lauren Archibald at the designated hitter spot. There's a ball. Boy, I tell you what, you come in the ball game, the ball finds you right away, doesn't it? Chopper down to to Robinson at third base. Fields fires to first to Gerlach, who has to put the tag on Bajorek, moving up the first base line. So 1 out quickly, score at 5-3, and that'll bring up Josh Swanson, the designated hitter. First pitch swinging was Bajorek, hitting the ball to Robinson, who just came in the ball game. There's the first pitch to Swanson, fired in there for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Robinson playing even with the bag at third. Here comes the pitch. There's a sharply hit ball right under the wicket of the shortstop, Corey Conklin. Corey pulled up on it. The ball stayed down. So that'll be an error on the shortstop, Conklin. So with 1 down, we've got 1 aboard, and that'll bring up Jacob Wynn, the third baseman. Wynn hitless officially in 2 appearances. He's also got a base on balls. First pitch down low, ball 1. Red Devils won the first ball game 5-4. We're tied up here in the nightcap, 2-2. Here comes the pitch. Right at the knees on the outside edge for a called strike. And the count evens up at 1-1. Carter Johnson on deck for Pierce. Both games have been absolute nail biters, and would expect the same tomorrow up in Tacoma. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, outside ball 2, 2-1 the count. Nice to see Trevor Huddleston come in and throw effectively in his 1 inning of relief. You talk about a relieved young man when he got the third and final out to pop up in the 7th inning. There's a toss over to first base. Swanson dives back in. Two and one the count. Here comes the pitch. The runner from first goes. Fly ball down the right field line. Going to hook into foul territory. Make its way down to the bullpen area. And the count 2-2 on Wynn. Hit and run action that time by the Raiders. Davis peers down to his catcher. Calavajea has a sign he wants. Comes set. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Fouled off the mask. of Kalavahea, and the home plate umpire, Michael Goebel, leans in to make sure that Benny is okay. Count remains 2-2 on Wynn. Center fielder Ryan Enquist pulled a little bit over into right center field. Myers not real far off the line in right. Davis leans down, works from the first base side of the pitching rubber. There's a soft toss over to first base. Swanson dives back in. Not as many people in the stands now as we had earlier today. There comes the next pitch. Fastball sails up and high. Wynn had to kind of turn away from it at the last minute as that ball tailed in on him. He's a right-handed batter. Count runs full right now on Wynn. You don't want to walk him and push Swanson into scoring position at second base. Davis ready. Here comes the payoff pitch. Lifted in the air, left field. Higgins charges in a few steps, makes the catch in shallow left field. So 2 men down now. And that'll bring up the number 9 hitter in the lineup. That'll be Carter Johnson.
Center fielder, number 23.
Starting to get a few shadows creeping across the outfield here at Lower Columbia now. Wind has died back down. Not that it was ever blowing very hard. Pretty much still all day long. Last inning has started to kick up just a little bit. Johnson, a right-handed batter, steps in against Taylor Davis, a right-handed pitcher. Swanson gets his lead at first. There's the first pitch up high. And the count is 1 ball. Johnson out of Kent Ridge High School. And that Kent area is just rich with baseball talent. They've had strong baseball programs up there going back a long time. Next pitch, fastball down low, 2-0 the count. Taylor Davis going to take a walk around the mound now, out onto the artificial turf, headed towards shortstop. Now coming up the backside of the slope. He's ready. Now steps off the rubber. Coaches motion Riley Higgins deeper into left field. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. Fastball right at the knees on the outside edge for a called strike. And the count is 2-1. Good pitch by Taylor Davis. Once again, the right-hander ready, working quickly. 2-1 pitch, up high, ball 3. 3-1 the count. Been a great day of baseball. Once again, a reminder, got the NWAC Championship Tournament right here. Memorial Day weekend. 4 days of terrific baseball. Here comes a 3-1 pitch. There's a soft looper out towards second base, fielded by the second baseman, goes to the shortstop, covering just in time. Good work out there by second baseman Toby Johnson and Corey Conklin covering. I thought that ball might make its way into center field, but it did not. So the Red Devils are out of it here. No runs on no hits. There was 1 error, 1 runner left. We move to the bottom half of the 8th. The score, Pierce 2, Lower Columbia 2. We'll be back in 1 minute. On to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Tied at 2 in extra frames. The game was scheduled to go 7. Tyler Fujimoto continues to pitch for Pierce in relief of Leif Strom, who threw a nice ball game. Strom went 6 innings, giving up worked his way into the 7th, just giving up the 2 runs, 2-run blast to Hayden Gerlach that tied it up at 2. Here comes the pitch by Fujimoto to Toby Johnson, leading off the bottom half of the 8th, fouled back, out of play, and the count quickly 1 strike. Top third of the order for the Red Devils here in the bottom half of the 8th, Toby Johnson, Garrett Myers, and Steve Robinson. There's the next pitch outside, ball 1. 1-1 the count on Johnson. Toby 1 for 4 here in the nightcap. His 1 hit, a single in the 6th inning. Here's Fujimoto's pitch, breaking ball down low, 2-1 the count. If I'm not mistaken, I think Fujimoto pitched for Pierce last year. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Fouled up and out of play, third base side. Count moves to 2-2 on Toby Johnson. Family home in Curtis, Washington, up near PL. Played his high school baseball in Chehalis for the WF West Bearcats. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Good fastball down in the strike zone, so Johnson is down on strikes. That's only the 3rd strikeout of a Red Devil here in this ball game. In steps the number 2 hitter in the lineup, Garrett Myers. Garrett 1 for 3 officially, singled back in the 4th. Here comes the pitch, cued off the end of the bat by the first base dugout. Count 0-1 on Garrett Myers. You can see where the sun would be a factor for the first baseman right now, trying to field a throw from the left side of the infield. Next pitch up high, and the count evens up at 1-1. Once again, Red Devils in action here again next Saturday against Green River. Doubleheader starts at 1 o'clock. Next pitch, breaking ball, foul behind the plate. Count moves to 1-2. And again, tomorrow back up in Tacoma to face these same Raiders in a doubleheader at Mount Tahoma High School. First pitch, 1 o'clock. If you're looking for something to do, you don't mind a little drive, head on up. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Inside, almost hit him. 2-2 the count on Garrett Myers. Fujimoto back up on the rubber. Pitchers have all worked quickly today. Here comes the next pitch. Breaking ball, and it did hit him this time. Fujimoto not happy with himself. That's a breaking ball that hit him down low on the left leg. So Myers is aboard with 1 man down. And Steve Robinson will step in. Robinson entered the ball game in the last half inning defensively. On the year, we'll get his average for you here in a second. There's a soft toss over to first. Myers back in. Robinson, a .280 hitter on the year. Another toss, just a little quicker toss over to first base. Myers has to dive back in. Fujimoto ready. Here comes the pitch. Up high and away. 1 ball the count on Steve Robinson. Out of Yuba City, California is Mr. Robinson. There's a snap throw to first base. Once again, Myers back. Myers is a threat to steal. Has 4 on the season. Once again, snap throw. Ooh, and this time was a low throw, and good stop over there by the first baseman, Raven Kahana. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Fouled up and out of play. Over the third base grandstand. Count evens up at 1-1. all you listeners. We're having a very pleasant Saturday afternoon, whatever you're doing. Certainly glad you're with us here on KLOG. Fujimoto comes set. Rex Myers is look it in the air in center field. Maybe a tough catch. Myers being waved around third base. Go to the cutoff man at short. Go to the plate. Not in time! Steve Robinson delivers a big hit. A double by Garrett Myers from first base. And Robinson is being absolutely mauled out behind second base right now as the Red Devils sweep the doubleheader from the Pierce Raiders in most dramatic fashion. Trailing 2-0 in the bottom of the seventh, they get a 2-run home run off the bat of Hayden Gerlach. And now with one man down here in the bottom half of the eighth, Garrett Myers on first base. Steve Robinson, in his only at-bat of the day, hits a shot into the gap in left center field to drive in Garrett Myers to win the ball game. So for the Red Devils in the bottom half of the eighth, they come up with 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left, and they win it by a score of 3-2. We'll take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back to recap today's ball game. Jim DeBruler, Kirk Rowland back at David Story Field on the campus of Lower Columbia College, where the Lower Columbia College Red Devils, in most dramatic fashion, have come from behind to down the Pierce Raiders in the second game of a doubleheader, and they sweep today's doubleheader, winning the first game 5-4 and coming from behind to win the nightcap by a score of 3-2. They trailed in the ball game 2-0 going into the last half of the seventh inning in a ball game scheduled for 7. And with one man aboard, Hayden Gerlach, who had 1 home run on the year, hit one deep to left field out of the ballpark, right down the left field line, just fair to tie the ball game up. And then in the bottom half of the 8th inning, with one man aboard, Garrett Myers at first base, Steve Robinson, who had just entered the game in the top half of the inning, hits a shot to the gap in left center field. Myers, with good speed, races around the bases and scores, and the Red Devils win it by a score of 3-2. The line score on the ball game, Lower Columbia 3 runs, 10 hits. They commit 2 errors, and they leave 13. For Pierce, 2 runs on 6 hits. They commit 1 error, and they leave 10. The winning pitcher in relief is Taylor Davis. The loser in relief is Tyler Fujimoto. The time of the game, 2 hours and 27 minutes. And again, 1 home run in the ball game. Hayden Gerlach, the 2-run blast in the 7th that tied it up. With the win, Lower Columbia now 5-2 in league play, 1 game behind Tacoma. They move to 17-8 on the year. They now jump past Pierce in league play, as Pierce is now 4-3 in league play. They now drop down to 3rd place. These same 2 teams will play again tomorrow up in Tacoma. And I'll tell you what, this was great action here today. And if you get a chance to go up to Tacoma tomorrow, please do so. Support these Red Devils. If you're not able to get up there tomorrow, we've got action for you right here next Saturday against the Green River Gators, a doubleheader that starts at 1 p.m. Just fantastic baseball here today, and the Red Devils have got to feel real good about themselves, and I'm sure the Pierce guys disappointed, and hopefully we can carry the momentum right on into tomorrow up in Tacoma. Been a great day of baseball here. Been fun for Kirk and I to bring these ball games to you right here on 1490 KLOG Kelso Longview, KLOG.com, and Red Devil Vision. Want to remind everybody to listen to Kirk, John, and Ray Monday through Friday, the morning show. They'll have all the information you need to have, all the news, sports, and weather. And, of course, they'll have all the results from tomorrow's baseball action. Chance Buck, you did a great job back in the studios today. I want to thank you. I'm Jim DeBruler. Once again, a reminder of the final score, Lower Columbia 3, Pierce 2. Good evening, everybody.